Dzień dobry Państwu. Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie. Nazywam się Bogusław Plawgo, jestem dyrektorem.
Hello to everybody. My name is Bogusław Plawgo and I am the head of Institute of Management, and this is my honor to welcome you at this conference today. I would like to welcome everybody who is here at the university campus, at the Department of Biology. Thank you, the Dean, for having us here. By the way, biology is one of the future sciences, science of the future, so it's not a coincidence that we're meeting here today. And I think it is a sign that the next conference should be organized by us together, because I think that will be important science in the future. I am happy to have a lot of university officials today from the economics, the finance, the chancellor of the university, but I will talk about it later. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome not only people who have gathered here in this room, but also all the participants on the Zoom platform and all those watching our conference, listening to our conference on YouTube channel. It is streamlined, live and translated simultaneously. We have representatives from such countries as Germany, Portugal, Austria, Switzerland, and I would like to welcome warmly our foreign guests. And as regards our friends from Ukraine, I think that it's not only on my own behalf that I will say that I want to express our solidarity with you. We have 180 participants, about one stationary participants and 80 participating online. The topic of the conference, challenges in economy management in 4.0 economy. We are going to talk about the future of science, of management, in the context of revolution that is taking place in technical sciences. Talking about the future is always difficult and uncertain, but this 4.0 revolution is happening now, and our conference wants to show that and set the direction for the development. One of the certain things that we already know, that the digitization is happening, and it will be happening even more. Automation, robotization. We also know for sure that within the next 3 years, about 50% of the current jobs will disappear, new will appear, we don't know how many, of course. The good news for us is that within the next 20, 30 years, the managerial positions will not disappear. I think there will be more managers, and that will develop, because the managers will have to implement this revolution in a smooth way. So management science has a future, has a perspective. I don't know how long, but at least for 30 years, and it will be dynamic development. We will need to learn about new challenges and teach our students about them, how to deal with them. The purpose of this conference is to diagnose the areas where we will have to change the most. And identifying new research projects is necessary, but the implementation aspect is also very important. The projects that are supposed to support the transformation in our country, in Europe, so that it can adapt to 4.0 economy. Those ambitious goals can be achieved in the format of this conference that we have adopted. It is quite specific. So to face the dilemma, which is the cooperation between theory and practice, our conference is supposed to bridge this gap and deal with this problem of the lack of communication. The quadruple helix, this is the format of our conference. We have the representatives from social institutions, from the academic world, from enterprises, and from administration. And I think that this is the only format in which we can achieve success. So I would like to welcome warmly the scientists who have come here from different scientific centers. We're happy that you were able to come here or that you are connected with us online. Thank you very much for the abundance of papers. We were able to organize 8 sessions. And thanks to a lot of admissions, we have organized the 9th session, which is a virtual one. And it consists of papers in short form published on our website, and the contact details of the authors are provided so that you can write to them, ask questions, and there will be the presentations from the virtual session will be also displayed outside during the break. Thank you to all the practitioners who have come here. And your presence here and the presence of practice here has several aspects. So we have practitioners who wrote research papers, and I'm very happy about that you want to share with us your experience. So there will be a lot of such presentations prepared by practitioners. There is also a special session with practitioners that will be led by Dr. Mariusz Citkowski, the vice head of the Institute of Management, the spiritus movens of our conference. Thank you very much for your effort, to you and your team. So you will have a chance to see him in action as a connector with practice. So he is very closely connected to all those practical aspects. And this session is supposed to show you some of the experiences of the companies. And the next element of that will be study visits tomorrow morning. So you will be able to choose a company which you would like to visit and see for yourself what are the standards of this Industry 4.0 in those companies. We have such companies that in our region that we are very proud of, and we would like to show you how they are doing it. And thank you, the companies that you decided to take part in this event. And finally, the demonstrators downstairs. There are a lot of robots, some of them talking, some not. Maybe one of them can fly, I don't know. You can check it out during the break. So why? It's cool, obviously, but why do we need it? It's supposed to show us how much the social reality, economic reality is changing. It's supposed to inspire us to look for solutions. So if these such machines become widespread, popularized, what will our world look like? The work, the companies? That's our job to see that. And finally, I would like to thank the representatives of social organizations, educational organizations especially, because we will need a change in the level of competences of human resources. There will be a great session, social competences of 4.0 economy, the competences of employees. That's our very strong domain. It must be our answer to robots, to all that is happening in technology. And finally, I would like to welcome the representatives of administration, state administration, local administration. I'm very happy to have you here. I'm happy to welcome the representative of the Marshal of the Podlaskie Voivodeship, the heads of the key departments of the Marshal's office. These are key departments because they manage the European funds. So without you just, talking about what should be done will not be effective, because it must be performed with the funds that we need. So I think that we will be able to achieve the ambitious goals of our conference. So it is my hope and certainty, in fact, that our meeting, our deliberations will be very fruitful. And at this point, I would like to ask the Chancellor of University in Białystok, Professor Dr. Robert Ciborowski to say a few words and officially open the conference.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Well, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, my previous speaker, Bogdan, has already said everything, but I would really like to thank you for coming here, for making this conference as a reality and with such a wide scope. And the scope that is extremely interesting. And I won't be lecturing you on the history of economic thought, but every revolution started with changes in technology. And then we saw other changes in everything and anything. So thank you again for coming here, for taking part in this conference. And I would like to also encourage you to visit other parts of our campus, because this is where you can see how the university is developing, how beautifully it's developing, and this is not everything that we have in this building. You can see other buildings, the planetarium, which has a very, very good telescope, which was funded by our regional government. And I strongly encourage you to visit other parts of the conference. And with that, I would like to start the conference and give the floor back to our moderator of the upcoming session. Thank you very much for opening the conference. And I have to do some housekeeping, because this conference has been financed by our Ministry of Science and Education, and our patrons, as you can see in our billboards and slides. We have a academic patronage, scientific patronage from the Ministry of Science and Education. We have honorary patronage from the Ministry of Development and Technology, our regional government as well. We have our content-based patrons in the platform of future industries. We have strategic partners in the metalworking clusters. We have many different sponsors, such as Mallow and CHM. And we have very numerous technological partners, and these include businesses that can display their solutions here, who want us present in their business to show what they're doing, show off what they're doing. And with them, the idea of this conference of building knowledge between science and practice goes together. And of course, practice comes first, and our solution is to follow practice as closely as possible, to gain as much knowledge as possible, gain as much cognition as we can. And that's why we have so many partners in terms of technology that is displayed here, so that we can do faster cognitive processes than anyone else. And well, I think this is a very good conclusion for the opening of the conference. I think me and my other speaker who opened this conference, we were very brief, but still, we have some time to do. Perhaps there's anyone else in this room that would like to take the floor and share a few words with us. So if there's anyone who would like to do some form of introduction, well, we have the Dean of the department. So please take the microphone and share with your words.
Hello, everybody. Piotr Zieliński. I'm the Dean of the Department of Biology. When I got the program of the conference, the agenda, it got me scared a little bit. Economy forum, what's that? But it appears that we also have in biology, environmental protection, in agriculture, we have this 4.0 everywhere. So for the last 30 years, we have had very advanced technology as regards the research, the remote research, modeling, because climate and what we have in apps, it is all based on the model data. So biology is also using this 4.0 a lot. In this region, well, you may think that it is not a developed region, but I have seen myself robots used for milking cows, and feeding cows. They were able to give the appropriate amount of food to each cow. So I think that our region, Podlasie, is not really so much behind the other parts of Poland and the world, in fact. So I would like to welcome you to the Faculty of Biology. It's quite a young faculty, but biology has been present in Białystok for the last 40 years as science, and our building meets the 4.0 standards, I think. It's a smart building, it saves energy, has green roofs, has special car parks. And I think the university is developing very well in this respect. The Institute of Management and Finance will soon be located here as well, and I think that their buildings will be even smarter. So I hope you have a good conference here. I hope that you will see that our region is really full of friendly people and spectacular nature. And I hope also that you will make great contacts here and have fruitful discussions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. Maybe somebody else? Yes. Okay, so I'm giving the floor to Ms. Dean. As you can see, we have a very interdisciplinary conference, and that will help to meet the challenges of the future. Thank you very much, Professor Marzena Poniatowicz. I just wanted to say that I'm very happy that the unit, the Institute of Management, that is our neighbor in the same building, we specialized in a bit different things. I want to say that despite the fact that we have divided and created two different institutes, we have a very good cooperation, and I'm very happy with all success in research. And I want to say that on Monday, we are going to celebrate together with the Institute of Management the 35th anniversary of the finance department. Our history, in fact, is longer than the history of university, which is celebrating the 25th anniversary this year. And I think that this success was possible very much thanks to the scientific activity of our employees and the employees of the Institute of Management. We compete, but in a friendly way, not in a hostile way. And that brings a lot of good results. And I'm very happy that we have this conference. Thank you very much, Professor. Yes, we share the past and the present, and I'm sure that we'll share the future. Maybe this cooperation will not be as close as it used to be, but there are different kinds of relationships right now, so as we planned, we are going to move to the first plenary session, and this is my honor to be the moderator of this session. Our speakers, including the guest who will be connected with us online, Ms. Lucia Seal, is ready. So Ms. Lucia Seal from Austria, from International Consulting Towards a Future-Oriented Regional Development Based on Clusters. That's the title of the presentation. Ms. Lucia Seal has 17 years of experience in the management and development of clusters. He has been coordinating the European programs in this respect, and she has played a key role in several projects. such as European Cluster Observatory. All those people know those initiatives, the people who specialized in this topic. She has started her own consulting activity. She has a lot of experience, and please, Ms. Seal, take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honored policymakers, chancellor, deans, professors, colleagues, and guests, a warm hello to Bialystok from Linz in Austria. I'm very honored for the invitation to be, unfortunately, only virtually with you today and to be able to share a bit of my experience working with clusters and regional development. Over the last decade, we've witnessed the continuous progress in the terminology. From 2.0 to 5.0, industry moves from 4.0 to 5.0, specialization moves from S3 to S4, skilling goes forward towards upskilling and reskilling, not to mention of the many versions of Windows and iPhone numbers. But what does this mean in practice? It means that the level and need for transformation are at several levels and areas of intervention, be they economical, social, environmental, and of course, regional. Because only those who are willing to undergo a transformation process right now or started it recently will be able to shape the future for the success that they want to achieve. And in order to make this transformation possible, new ways of working on and with innovation are needed. Next slide, please. The series of challenges we are facing today and meeting right now is long, coming from the impact of the COVID pandemic, bringing along supply and value chains, up to the recent invasion of Russia on Ukraine and all the consequences, the energy and food prices, the inflation, and. And to counterbalance the negative impact all these challenges will push the companies, as the surviving spirit of mankind has always done, to find new solutions and to innovate. Next slide, please. So speaking of the challenges, we are facing massive problems, and according to a survey from McKinsey that was published earlier this year before the Ukraine invasion, it came out that worldwide CEOs expect that by 2026, half of their global revenues will come from lines of business, products or services that do not exist today. This means that the accelerated speed and need for innovation will overwhelm us in the months and few years to come. Accordingly, the regions and companies, and of course the clusters and intermediaries between the two of them, are challenged more than ever to massively increase their innovation performance. Next slide, please. Let's look a bit at these challenges that are obviously not static, but happening in a dynamic environment. To paraphrase the famous Peter Drucker, with his famous quote, "Innovate or die," only those who innovate will be able to survive in the future. Innovation success requires ongoing innovation work with a clear process. We know that innovation happens at the crossroads of white spots between several areas. It happens sometimes by serendipity, but it's definitely not the plan to put our cards on spontaneous innovation. There must be a clear process behind, implemented at all of these levels, company, intermediaries, and regional developers. More and more areas of a company need to be able to develop new solutions very quickly and in an agile way. And it is important to use these new innovation approaches as well as the digital possibilities for the development of new innovative solutions. To wrap up, small companies particularly, just as the big ones, clusters and networks supporting regional organization leaders need to understand and identify key innovation areas to develop competitive solutions of growing complexity and shorter innovation cycles, to find the right partners, experts, or idea generators, and work jointly on future relevant themes, and as well to choose and implement the right tools and processes for a successful innovation culture in the region. Next slide, please. What does this mean for regional development and clusters? Next slide, please. So there are three success factors we should look at. There are the regional developers and clusters that we know they're also going to be challenged, and they should look at how to drive the development of effective innovation ecosystems, particularly looking at these cross industries. And I was happy to see that there is a presence today in the room from several representatives of various industries. I heard biology, agriculture, electronics, and so on, so new technology. So it's an excellent sign that you are thinking in a multidisciplinary, multilateral, cross-industrial way, not only at this conference, but in the region as well. It is important to open up access to the best know-how for partners in innovation ecosystem, meaning that there should be an open innovation arena for all these actors, players to interact in a very open but moderated way. And also to look to accelerate the realization of strategic projects by using smart such open innovation tools. Physical interaction is great particularly when we are looking at clusters and the trust that they are able to build across their members, but you need as well the digital support. Because in the end, we are talking here as well about the digital transition. And clusters are right now demanded not only just to support their company members, the actors in the region to digitalize, but also to walk the talk. It means that they also have a need to be empowered to digitalize their own processes and ecosystem. So getting digital is a challenge for the clusters, just as it is for the regional development. Next slide, please. So when looking into the future, what kind of questions should guide us to stay focused? Well, first it is the question, how do we identify the key innovation areas that are going to be relevant for the regions in the future? Which themes we can, indeed, that is the slide, which themes we can and want to bring forward in these innovation areas. Particularly important, what kind of stakeholders and experts from which areas are needed to be involved in order to be able to work successfully on such future relevant themes. What is the right mix of such stakeholders from the industry, from the research and academia, from the public government, from other supporting organizations, and which processes, tools, and particularly relevant content do we need so that the transformation process really works. And in the end, The sustainability of regions strongly depends on the ability to build such strategic and efficient ecosystems for the transformation in the region. Next slide, please. So there is, speaking about digitalization and solution, there is a digital solution called Innoverse, developed in Austria by an Austrian strategy consultancy in collaboration with the clusters in the region of Tyrol. So basically we can say it is made by clusters for the clusters and regional development. It is important to have this it was important to have in the development this deep understanding of how clusters operate, how to embed in such a solution the need expressed by the needs of the companies and the elements of collaborative measures. So as it is an Austrian good practice, I would like to introduce it to you more in detail. Next slide, please. So Innoverse, in a nutshell, can deliver what LinkedIn, Xing, or other platforms cannot, but it is needed by thousands of companies, intermediaries, and organizations worldwide. It gives the regional developers and clusters the unique opportunity to build their own innovation ecosystem with any number of smart innovation and knowledge hubs. This helps them to be more innovative, more agile, and faster in a smart way, and to have the ability to compete more successfully as a region in the future. Next slide, please. What can such a platform offer in concrete terms? Well, we are looking at tools, content, data, experts, and collaboration, all brought in together in a hub. To be more specific, what we can imagine that is to be found in such a hub? First of all, a unique feature that is hardly available in the other platforms I mentioned before. It offers the possibility to create an own trend radar with benchmarks, data, and recommendation function. It means that if you want to do policy based on real facts or develop a cluster strategy based on the reality of the members, this is such a tool that provides you with the knowledge and the possibility of an immediate assessment of the positioning of the company, or of the industry at the cluster level, or the experts in regard to a specific mega trend or macro trends. I think I forgot to say, next slide, please. Right, so that you can see here what I'm speaking. So we are here in the trend radar, and the results that are accumulated in such a trend radar through the direct feedback of companies, experts, clusters, and so on, can be used at the regional level to decide for intervention measures or development of smart specialization strategy. To give just an example, if, for example, it is assessed by the experts, by the future trends, that the impact of the AI is very high, but at the same time, companies in the region say that they're having low competencies in this field, then obviously there is a clear indication for an intervention, be it capacity building, qualification measures, incentives, policy intervention. The platform also includes a global innovation and content database that is updated daily, meaning that through the scouting of more than 600 sources of innovation content worldwide by a dedicated team of more than 10 people, the platform offers the possibility to look into such innovation at a global level, processed in a very easy and understandable manner even for a small company, and to use these to see what is already out there on the market, not to replicate innovations that are already implemented, but either to get inspiration to improve and to see how your innovative ideas fit into what is out there. All these combined with field-proven strategy and innovation tool sets. There's also the possibility to have the recommendations provided by the tool based on the input brought in by the company's clusters. And all these knowledge then to be used in the part dedicated to collaboration, meaning having collaboration tools customizable with extensive deployment capabilities, where you can work, ideate, develop projects and collaboration in a super smart and quick way. At the same time, the role of the experts is not to be neglected. There is the possibility to present, to make visible the expertise existing in the region. Who are the experts? What are their opinions, findings, and so on? And all these with the ultimate goal of creating a possibility to work together on relevant topics. So how do these hubs work? Please, next slide. Next slide, please. Yes. So there are 3 levels or layers in imagining such a working of a hub, where there is a closed hub with a private character with the possibility to exchange in this closed environment when you have a specific purpose or confidentiality level. At the same time, the hubs can be interconnected so that you can have this open exchange and collaboration with other hubs, with other stakeholders, with other actors that are necessary for the topic you're working with, and for the creation of this cross-sectorial, multidisciplinary dialogue. And last but not least, particularly relevant for a university environment, the possibility also to have a knowledge hub where you have access to specific top knowledge like studies, reports, market data, and so on. What is important is that the matching that happens is on one hand moderated by a real person. Obviously, the human touch should never get lost, but be the primordially steering element of such a community. But the AI plays an important role in matching the experts and the partners. It is important to consider the availability of this strategic foresight, and combined with top innovation tools, innovation database, and the availability of topic discussion forums. And next slide, please. And my last slide is how to visualize working together in such an innovation hub on topics and problems. As I said, a hub manager is important to be, let's say, the brain of the hub, where the companies, the researcher, academia, citizen, policymakers, clusters, obviously, should be invited to participate, should have their participation moderated and facilitated and activated, animated to participate. It is not just that by creating this hub, everything happens automatically, but there is this effort of mobilization of the community to bring in ideas, perspectives, knowledge, and have this availability for dialogue. So working on and realizing smart projects in a smart way, understanding the importance of the trends, identifying relevant projects for the future, having all this access to data is highly relevant. And last slide. I would like to wrap up saying that particularly for the regions, The key success factors for extraordinary transformative initiatives are the development of innovation ecosystem, not limited to one particularly economic sector, but stretching across and dynamically connecting various industries, anchoring culturally and methodologically open innovation in the ecosystem, and making available the best knowledge and know-how of the ecosystem to a wide range of participating actors and having it professionally moderated and in an orchestrated effort. So I hope that I succeeded to give you a bit of inspiration on how Austrian stakeholders, both clusters and regional developers, are operating in the region of Tyrol here in Austria. And I thank you for your attention. If you want to learn more, here is my email address where you can contact me. And I wish you a successful, let's say, cross-disciplinary dialogue initiated with this conference. If there are any questions, I am available. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Lucia, for very interesting. Powiedzieć, że
I want to say that we agree that the regions will have to answer to meet the challenges of innovativeness, and our region in the new strategy of the voivodeship, as recommended by Lucia, has implemented the principle of being open to innovations, but this strategy is at the stage of being implemented. So the idea of this platform is very inspiring. I think that maybe this is now the time to make it more specific. So we're very happy to be inspired like that. Thank you very much for this very interesting speech. And now I would like to ask Mr. Petros Psyllos, an entrepreneur, innovator, the presentation Turbo Acceleration, How Will the Digital Revolution Affect Our World? Technological Challenges of Industry 4.0. Before I give you the floor, I want to say that Mr. Petros Psyllos is an electronics engineer, developer, innovator, entrepreneur, and as a part of his scientific, inventive business activities, he deals with the use of modern technologies, including applications of artificial intelligence, social robots, virtual assistants, human-computer interaction, health protection. He founded the Dostępność.pl laboratory, where he supports people with disabilities with the help of technology. And for his work in the field of artificial intelligence and technical support for people with disabilities, he was recognized by the American edition of Forbes as one of the best 30 European innovators under the age of 30, and Massachusetts Institute of Technology review for one of the 10 most talented young inventors in Poland. So I'm giving you the floor, and just 15 minutes, remember. So 15 minutes and 20 also okay, because I just noticed that my presentation is for 40 minutes, so I will have to double accelerate. So maybe, okay, I will get to it. So I deal with electronics, AI, in short, cyber diagnosis, so medical diagnosis with AI. I started to cooperate recently with Peter Scott Morgan Foundation, the first cyborg from Great Britain. Unfortunately, he died a couple of days ago, but his foundation will continue his work. Today, we are going to talk about industrial revolution because they changed our reality. Everything started with the first industrial revolution. So if Earth was created 1 year ago, then, well, I'm not going to get into details. We all know that we had steam machines first that were able to weave 8 times faster. The time in manufacturing halls, like the pace sped up. But it was not enough, and Henry Ford created the first assembly line based on observing butchering facilities. He liked the way they were doing this because everybody had strictly defined roles. They cut particular pieces of meat, and Ford decided to implement it in car manufacturing. So that's how he created the assembly line, that each employee did something else. Then electricity, of course, came, which were the driving forces of this revolution. And then the 20th century, robots, computers, we all were always dreaming about an artificial employee. Aristotle said that if weaving machine starts to weave on their own, the slavery will finish. So a slave like that appeared, faster, more precise, can work all the time. That's the robots. We were able to move to more creative jobs. White-collar jobs had a lot to do. So this was the previous revolution. So the Silicon Valley and the Silicon flood started to flood the earth. But technology keeps developing, and this technological progress is happening. We are now in, some people say before, but I think during the fourth industrial revolution. So we have now replaced a human brain with artificial intelligence. But not only, because there are a lot of those technologies. This is a convergence of those technologies, many different technologies developing. These are the key areas that the scientists and innovators are working on: robotics, AI, neuromorphic architecture that we talk very little about, but it's going to create a lot of change. So this is about copying how our neurons are working, and that's implemented into computers. That computers are built to resemble our brain. 3D, 4D printing, advanced materials, Internet of Things, Internet of Bodies. So Internet of Bodies is that the sensors are connected to our body and the data can be used for different purposes. VR, AR, drones, blockchain. Here, this is the element of the fourth revolution, like neurosciences and so on. And all of this will let us integrate more with machines. So these are the main trends that are presented by an American firm specializing in predicting trends. So smart dust, deep learning. Smart dust is something that Lem predicted. It's like microparticles that will be connected together and create a network. They will gather, collect the data, analyze the data, and so on. Many other things. The more interesting ones include the digital twin, so copying different things in the computer factories, our bodies. The Silicon Valley is working very intensively on that right now. So that's not the topic really of my presentation, to discuss all of those ideas, but one thing is in common. We have turbo acceleration of those technologies. And Stanisław Lem used to talk about that. Can we have the sign? The sound, sorry. Well, okay, I will just maybe recap what he's saying. Let's not bother, because it will take too much time. I'll just say, so Lem said that we are in a situation of a person who jumped from the 19th floor and this person is going down and somebody in midway looks through the window and asks how it's going, and the person following said, so far so good. And then finally this person crashes to the ground. So we are in the same situation. Everything is going very, very quickly. So, and it refers not only to us Polish people or the German people or French people, but the whole world. We are now in the middle of this digital growth. And I think the artificial intelligence is the most important technology. It became possible thanks to the physics. We can use algorithms of artificial intelligence. In 1951, we had one transistor, then in 63, 8, then 16, and then in 1977, 256,000. And that's used for computing in computers in all mobile devices. The computer became cheaper in an incredible way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, when you take a look at AI, all those different fast modes of architecture which we use to develop AI, these are becoming more in terms of relaxing activities. For instance, in 1997, we had AI winning in chess. In 2011, AI won Jeopardy, the famous game show on TV. And later on, we taught AI winning in Go, because previously, before that, everybody said that, well, Go is too complicated. Chess, checkers, that's fine, but Go is too complicated for AI. And as we can see in the picture on the right, this guy is sitting and thinking about things that AI won't be able to solve. But still, we have people implementing different solutions and which display that different solutions for AI deal with different problems. Poker, that's AlphaZero, which is extremely interesting, which won a Go match 100-0 with a world champion. And what's interesting, this AI was learning from itself. So today we know that humans aren't able to win in algorithms with AI. And there are different games that are won by AI. But if we take a look at different things closely, everything is a form of games. If it's stock exchange, if it's the market, there are different algorithms at play. And Molwek showed this picture, and Max Stegner reminds us about this picture in his book, in his recent book. There's different forms of human competence, and water is AI, and this is flooding different forms of different aspects of human development, such as games and automation. And I think it's at some point would be also able to get into generative art. And unfortunately, we don't have enough time to talk about this today. And if we take a look at Life 3.0 from Tegmark, that's a Tegmark concept. I think according to that approach, AI will be responsible for all different processes, because even if we don't even need Life 3.0 to do that, but according to Ray Kurzweil, intelligence or intelligence 3.0, Life 3.0 will make humans that humans won't be really responsible for anything, because AI will be responsible for science and other stuff, and we'll be just doing who knows what. I don't know, I think we'll be drinking Coke and just watching Netflix all the time. But data is essential here. Data is AI's fuel, just like fuel in our cars. So we have an exponential growth of data. In 2000 25, we have millions of zettabytes of data, and to transfer this data, we won't need 5G, but 6G, and who knows what critics of this theory will say then, of this solution will say. And that's a bandwidth of transmitting 142 Netflix films in 1 second. Now, about some practical solutions of AI. It's of course applied in agriculture and manufacturing. This is a British company that developed a drone for planting trees, completely autonomous planting of trees, and similar drones are used in agriculture to find weeds, to pull out weeds. There are, for instance, 6 drones can plant 100,000 trees per day. We have smart jobs, smart cities, smart houses, smart dust, and we have sensors, we have Internet of Things, we have sensors everywhere to digitize data, because the previous paradigm is insufficient to analyze so much data. That's why we need AI. And Fujisawa, a town in Japan, it implemented IoT literally everywhere. They automate everything possible in houses, in road crossing points, that eliminates jams, eliminate congestion. The elderly have digital monitoring of their life functions, so everybody has their own energy production plant, all managed by AI. And now we're changing our approach from detect and fix to predict. And thanks to digital twins, NVIDIA, which created a new supercomputer with a digital twin of planet Earth that can be used for different modeling of different climate processes occurring on Earth. And if we recreate some production process or some robot, we can simulate that processes using computers with adjusting different settings, doing that on the computer, simulating that on the computer without stopping our production process and seeing how it works. And if we see that the simulation works fine, then we can implement it in practice. And if we have different Internet of Things, we have Internet of Bodies, we have different sensors put in our bodies, and then AI is used as a preemptive process, which an early warning process to find different things that are malfunctioning, because our bodies, well, they are machines basically. Of course, there are different solutions used in the military, and there are signals that these kinds of robots could function in factories, in difficult hazardous solutions. And Elon Musk will present a Tesla bot, which are kind of similar to robots, also from Lemon's novels. And these robots will work in difficult conditions, hazardous conditions in factories to carry dangerous loads. And that's the robot developed by Elon Musk. And last year at a presentation, there was a human disguised as this robot, but now there's more specific, more concrete solutions in this respect. And there are more human-machine interfaces. I also studied that in my thesis, and this is a clip I recorded in CES in Las Vegas, a very famous trade show. And of course, robots are not only moving around, they are answering our questions, they're listening to us, they have linguistic modules used by bots, for instance, which enable machines to answer our questions in a very intelligent way and then respond to our questions. And there's also exponential growth in this respect. 2021, we have Wudao, the AI concept has 1.75 billion of parameters, and our minds have 100,000 billion of connections. But there are projects like the Human Brain projects where they don't test simplified models. Now, other solutions for bots or for linguistic AI, there's, of course, commerce. An Australian company used bots, AI, to completely replace their human customer support, and they are quite effective in that. And there are different human interfaces used. For instance, in airports, there's a human avatar that responds to our questions, answers our queries. And there are different models based on linguistic AI solutions. And these robots can have a very informative conversation. And unfortunately, I can't really show you that here because, yeah, there's no sound for that. But if you Google avatars and AI, that's a very interesting concept. If we take a look at autonomous transport, automated transportation of goods and other stuff, that's very interesting, as this market is growing at 63% annually, and it's billions of dollars this year. There are autonomous taxis. Lyft in Miami, in Florida, USA, introduced autonomous trucks. And they've drove millions of miles, and they've had fewer accidents, and they are safer than humans, actually. So if we think about transporting goods from point A to B, it's a very good solution, and that's what's used, for instance, in Amazon in its warehouses. Now, when we took a look at other forms of transport, there was a startup called StoreDot, which developed new batteries for cars, for electric cars, which charge very quickly, and that's also using AI. Now, in the 20th centuries, all science fiction films showed that, well, we'd have flying cars by now. And that's complete fiction. But we do have flying buses. There's a city Airbus. It's a flying taxi capable of transporting 4 passengers at 100 kilometers. And by 2025, they want to market this product broadly. And Stanisław Lem, the Polish sci-fi author, developed an idea or wrote about an idea of using AI to do some virtual training for your employees, because if your employees put on the goggles, they can see a virtual world, they can learn something new, or they can simulate some process in a 3-dimensional virtual reality. And in this picture, there's, I didn't put the right picture, but there was a guy who was fixing an industrial machine, an industrial robot, without using any manuals, any charts, any diagrams, because he had that in his augmented reality goggles. The goggles recognized what he saw and provided sufficient information for him to fix that machine. Of course, you know what 3D printing is. There's also a concept called 4D printing, because that's adding another dimension, the dimension of time. And as you know, the printed product is changing through time. And going in the subject of time, I'm coming to my final slide. And if we take a look at computing and computational power, there was a recently released chip, Cerebras CS2. It's an SI model with 120 billion of parameters. It's closely better than our brains. There are quantum computers, which will be a complete revolution in terms of neural networks. It has a huge computational power, which can't really be done in terms of conventional computers today. And right now, we are using quantum computers for a very narrow applications, but it's still developing very quickly, exponentially again. We have neuromorphical computers. We have IBM, True North. If we have a wall of similar chips, this wall could have 8 billion neurons, and that's almost close to a brown bear or a rhesus monkey. And its power consumption is lower than a hairdryer, and it's using, and the structure formed by these chips are very closely resembling our brains, and that's what Human Brain Project is doing. And on the right, we have the IBM solution. It's faster than True North, but it has more neurons in single chips, and it is extremely faster than biological neurons. And this is something. This is the foundation we can build AI on. and we can use it for imaging, for analyzing images, and everything is changing. And I think that during the next 10 years, we'll see more changes than we've seen in the last 100 years, because that's going to be the solution for the great challenges of society that we have. And previously, these challenges were faced by royalty, by governments, and so on. And in the future, it might be done by AI. And now, in your pockets, we all have something that used to cost millions of dollars 20 years ago. The chips that we have in our iPhones, 20, 30 years, they cost $20 million, and they took a whole room of space. Oh, maybe it's not 20 years, but 30, 40 years ago. So we clearly see the development, we clearly see the growth, we see what was, and who knows what we'll see in the future, because the progress is huge. Now, I can summarize with this phrase by human-centered AI. Technology is a good slave, but a very, very evil master. So technology is very important, but we have to, approach it carefully. So if you have any questions to me, please go ahead and contact me. I'll answer anything I can.
Much. I think this was one of the most difficult moments in my life when I had to stop such an interesting speaker, but we reached some compromise. The goggles that you talked about are downstairs, so you can see how to weld, how to learn welding with those goggles. So that's all a bit scary, interesting but scary. Everybody looks from their own perspective. I saw on one of the pictures the AI flooding everything, and there was management there, but almost at the top, not really at the top, but closer to the top. So I believe that we still have like 20 or 30 years to work before our jobs become extinct. So now, I would like to welcome to the floor Mr. Tomasz Hajduk, President of the Management Board of Institute Industry 4.0 and the Polish Automation Robotics Forum. The title of the speech is Industry 4.0 as a combination of technology and production organization. Mr. Hajduk is an expert in the field of automation robotics, Industry 4.0 and the Internet of Things. From the beginning of his professional career, he has been associated with the industrial sector, especially with the applications of automation and drive technology in modern production and manufacturing lines, especially in the field of industrial networks. Hello to everybody. Thank you for this introduction. It sounded scary, but in fact, I am dealing with management more and automation, but we group all the companies connected with the sector because we have nothing to be ashamed of. Our conference is a conference about management. That's the title. But on the other hand, we say Economy 4.0. So what does it mean? How do we combine management and the technology that we have just seen? Some people were scared, right? AI, elimination of humans, computer sensors. So how do we put it into practice? I believe that the topic of our meeting is not what will our dear colleagues from Google will do, but what we will do within the reach of 100, 120 kilometers. That's our task. Let's try to do something. And corporations, what's their attitude? Me, as the former head of Siemens Poland, it's hard to talk about, but everybody who uses Apple phones know very well that despite the fact we are such a great nation and we fight with so many bad things, there is still no Siri in Polish, and it is in Czech, so things can be different. Okay, so let's move to this part, which is more typical for scientific conference. That's the scheme of Industry 4.0 operation that is usually shown. On one side, we have Industry 4.0 and lean manufacturing. I will concentrate on manufacturing, industrial manufacturing, what Samash is doing, Malo is doing, the factories in your environment. On one hand, we eliminate or we keep it outside the environment and the way of operating. That's a typical scientific model. My research, my experience as far as Polish economy is concerned is a bit different. So that's the model of Industry 4.0. It's like this. It's like an idea, a prescription, how it should be done, how it should be implemented in Poland. Here, in our region, within 100 kilometers, in small and medium-sized enterprises, not in big corporations. They have other concerns, they have other methods. I believe that we cannot talk separately about technology and management, which is often shown in practice. We see presentations of technologies, then somebody else comes and talks about management and organization. Another person comes and says human resources, human capital. But these are all elements that are combined together to implement, to put the enterprise in another stage of development with three pillars: technology, organization and management, how to manage the manufacturing with all the aspects of lean manufacturing, Kaiser, and everything that is now available. But we often forget about the third element, the awareness of ourness. If the owner of an enterprise does not want to do it, it will never happen. The whole transformation 4.0 will finish with buying a robot and putting it in a corner, and everybody will be as happy as before. Remember that Industry 4.0 is not robotization, it is one of the elements, maybe not the most important. Industry 4.0 or Economy 4.0 is the economy based on knowledge. Data processing, information, and making good decisions based on those information. And these are also managerial decisions and manufacturing decisions. If we don't have the good data, if we're not able to transform this data into information, we will be taken over by competition who will make better decisions. If we focus only on technologies, in the previous speech, some of those technologies were shown. So these are classical technologies that are in this classical paradigm of 4.0 industry. So all this cloud computing, big data, 3D printing, blockchain, and so on. The question is, which of those technologies do you need? The companies here who are here locally within the 100 kilometers. Well, my practice, the practice of my institute, shows that not all of those beautiful technologies that have recently been shown are immediately needed. There are certain technologies that can be implemented fast and they can give us better effects, economic effects. That's industrial IT, that's automation and robotization, monitoring and production processes, warehouse management, and scheduling of manufacturing. These are certain things which are not strictly connected with technology, like let's buy a new robot. What does it look like? What do we concentrate on right now? In our environment, in industrial environment, in 4.0 technology, well, my advice, the experience of my colleagues, is to focus on robotization of certain processes. A typical application of that is welding. So there are automatic welding lines are the ones that sell really the best, not because we don't have welders. Well, we do not have welders, but the problem is different. If we're supposed to do something as mass production, it has to be done by a robot, because different things will be produced on Monday and different things on Wednesday. That's the cooperation of humans and robots. You can see it in the pictures here, typical workstation. Human is performing certain jobs, and the jobs which are risky for humans, such as that can develop that can hurt the eyes, are done by robots.
Ladies and gentlemen, we can't forget about the flow of data in a business, in a company. And like I said earlier, Industry 4.0 is based on data. This is a classical a classical pyramid showing the flow of data in a business, in a company. And in many companies, the only IT systems that are implemented are only present in the top system, those famous ERP, SAPs, or some accounting software. And nobody really knows how manufacturing works. Of course, there are some IT systems in manufacturing, and nobody knows really how their employees travel their factory floor, how forklifts travel their factory floor. They don't know if the routes they use are optimal, and that's where IT can be used. If we have the data, we can optimize. So we have to organize and optimize. And here we see thermal imaging. If we use conventional Kaizen approach, then we have regular charts. We had humans walking around the factories collecting data. Today we can use sensors, we can use AI. That's not really expensive. You can get a subscription for just a moderate amount, and we can use that solutions to recognize to actually identify what everybody's doing in our production floor. And the knowledge about what's actually happening in the manufacturing department, in the production floor, is still the base for improving our production. This is a chart that shows CNC machines, how they work. And if a businessman has a new order, well, what does he do? He's waiting for some funding to buy a new machine. If he doesn't get funding, they spend their own money. That's how Polish business works. And well, he can then be asked, why do you need a new piece of equipment? You have 127 machines already. Well, all these machines are busy. But do you know that approximately 18 or to 20% of your machines are right now not really working because they're not in schedule? Well, if you connect all these machines with a specific system and analyze the data, it can turn out that the company has 10 machines that can be used to do that job. And people today, well, they are fascinated with technology, but they sometimes forget that money is in proper organization of work, not only in new technologies. Now, if we think about implementing Industry 4.0 in a company that's a manufacturing company, we have to ask ourselves, why? Why am I doing this? Why am I buying this machine? Why do I need this whole revolution? Well, revolution has to provide quality, peace, and deadlines. But first of all, it has to provide profit for the owners. And if it provides profit, it's okay. But all these things have to be done simultaneously. Technology, awareness, and proper staff. If we lack managers, if we lack staff, it's going to be really difficult using outsourcing, using external companies. So, ladies and gentlemen, the owners of the company, they need to be willing to do this very difficult work. Now, to do this, and to do this properly, we need to train managers in all these three key areas. In technology, we have to train them in management. and we have to train them in skills, in soft skills, in making decisions. This has to be a holistic approach. There is no single engineer who will be a good manager if they don't possess this proper skills, the skills that will enable them to talk to people. And organizing production today without these skills won't be able to face the challenges posed by the future. And that's a very big challenge for key managers. And I think that's one of the challenges for the technical university in Białystok, because that's something that relates to your environment. And that's the problem, because we have different Western companies, huge companies with their manufacturing facilities in Poland, which provide components for their global units. But the job of science, job of technical universities, jobs of clusters are to educate, to prepare people to be able to consciously implement Industry 4.0 in all these three key areas. And this thing actually works. Other institutions also implement this. We are working with the Warsaw Technical University in the MBA course, where we provide training for specific companies who want to train their key managers in these three crucial areas. And I unfortunately have to say that this is still not enough. I'm trying to stick to my time limit, however, and ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, I'm here all the time and I'm at your disposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're getting closer to reality, as you said. So there was a flash presentation of this big technology, and here's something more down to earth. So that's what we really care about, that our local and great companies develop. In previous presentations, artificial intelligence was mentioned, and right now we are going to listen to a presentation by Mr. Robert Kroplewski from the Ministry of Digitization, Platform of the Industry of the Future, the vice head of the OECD group for artificial intelligence, part of plenipotentiary of the Minister of Digitization for the Information Society, director of the Strategy and Development Department of the Future Industry Platform Foundation, attorney at law, expert in the convergence of new technologies and information society, expert of OECD, GPAI, UNESCO, Council of Europe, European Commission in the field of artificial intelligence. So I think it's the best person to tell us that artificial intelligence is not so scary. Thank you very much for introducing me. I must say that I was provoked during the 3 sessions, and sometimes I was confused, and sometimes I was provoked in this happy way, let's say, inspired. I will present my speech in a second, but first I want to say something. That's good news that we're meeting here to combine technology and biology, because at OECD, as far as the global scale is concerned, it was recommended, the recommendations for AI was made thinking about humans and the planet. And this recommendation came from Poland. And this was written in the AI recommendations in 2018. And this will be enforced. All countries will be obliged to apply those principles and recommendations. I was very happy to hear the presentation from our colleague from Austria, because she mentioned the most important word, ecosystem. And I was also happy to hear a minute ago in the previous presentation that we should stop talking about companies like Amazon, Tesla, and Google, and start thinking about our companies and provide them with development opportunities. And that's our agenda of the government. This is what we want to do. And the agenda we adopted in 2018. And I want to say a few words about it. So what's that? It is a very interesting tool. It's available online 24 hours per day, 7 days per week. Poland is not visible. Here is a small dot, but you can see a certain global competition. When we talk about AI, Industry 4.0, I will get to that. But now I want to say we have to think about global value chains. And when we are building local models, we need to think how to scale them. That's the basics. Because if not, we will be working on others' value chains. USA is at the top, but also China. The EU decided to be the third group of leaders, a group of countries which will try to come up with their own approach to AI. Then it could be the case with the USA and China. This is about ethics. In the USA, it's utilitarian ethics, so the full usage, exploitation using all possible resources. We talk about information society in a very bad sense here, like society as the source of data only. No subject-oriented approach. Our attitude is convergence. Make our citizens, employees, the subjects and not the objects. And they should be provided with the path of development in this ecosystem. In China, we have the social credit. This is the censorship of social activity of Chinese citizens, but this is not true. This is a very smart economic approach of managing the society in order to achieve productivity in the economy. And if we look at this like this, it is a very agile organism that tries to compete with the USA. USA used to be the imitator of Japan, in fact. We should think that dynamics of the times, of the development of technology, plus the human intelligence, can change the position of countries on this in this scheme. We should not be trading with China, with Africa, and so on. That's what we hear. But what you can see from this chart is everybody is doing business with everybody. I was silenced for a minute, not to say too much, but that means EU is doing business with China, USA is doing business with China, Poland somehow. Well, there are some examples of cooperation with China, but this market is not worth developing according to some experts. But paradoxically, if we're supposed to have the Silk route connected with data monitoring and so on, we should try to measure those competences. What do we have on in China, in US, and so on, and try to find our place in the global value chains. AI is also developed by Russia. There is some cooperation with Russia. It was stopped in some areas of economy now, but this cooperation existed. This chart shows something even sadder. In the world, as far as the global value chains are concerned, we have talent hunting. The red arrow shows Poland. We are exporting less and less talents recently. So we are starting to offer good conditions of work to our talented people, but that doesn't mean that we should not be developing all the time and supporting our students, our PhD students, innovators, creators, because they are the last resource diamonds of our country, of our economy, the driving force of innovations. I want to prove during this presentation that it's not technology that decides about anything, but the thought, which is faster. The human thought is faster than data, than the flow of data, because very often people say that the law cannot catch up with technology. Well, yes, because the people have to realize that we have to create certain bubbles in legislation. It happened in OECD. I would like to show that as well. So here, this chart shows that suddenly India, this arrow on the right, is higher than the US, their position in the public services. This approach, so connecting intelligence of India and technology, can result in such a frog leap. And they can offer their own products, not only biorobotic services, but products. And these are systemic products, not a particular concrete product, but a system of solutions that were produced in international collaboration by allocating work within the value of chain, within the value chain. And that's a joint effort with other partners. This now, it was mentioned before me, but I want to draw your attention to a different aspect. These are the resources of a company, but the most important are the ones which are intangible, invisible. So it's not technical infrastructure or the land, the real estate, but knowledge, organization, and data. Of course, we have the human capital here as well, so talents. So here, in the context of resources and the micro strategy of enterprises, we should concentrate, focus on innovations based on these resources and the way of managing those resources. So it's important, and not only in the building of global value chains, but it could also provide my company, our small company, with competitive advantage. Poland has adopted a strategy and the approach is that artificial intelligence is trustworthy. We were working on this in our expert panel at OECD. And this word was mentioned, trust. Trust to technology, trust to ecosystem generated by technology, and trust to technological interoperations. So this concept comes from that. It comes from Polish working groups. Then it went to the European Commission, then OECD, and finally it's included in UNESCO recommendations for artificial intelligence, ethical recommendations prepared by them. Our work, the work of 36 experts, was approved by 192 countries, which passed a resolution, and that's a huge success. I heard today that artificial intelligence should be focused on humans, and that sounds great. But in those deliberations of the expert group, it appeared that it's not such a good phrase, because focused on humans, for what purpose? For putting a human in the value chain as a biorobot? That's a risk that we have, and that's what Industry 4.0 is talks about. I don't like this name really. I prefer the industry for the future. So here is the knowledge-based economy, agility in the approach to management.
Now, we have to be also aware why we're doing this and why we have Industry 4.0. But we also talked about Life 3.0 by one of the speakers previously, and I'm absolutely against kind of this approach, because we won't have artificial intelligence until we create non-deterministic AI architecture for data processing, and we don't have such architecture right now, and we won't have such architecture in the following 100 years. We can recreate neurons and all the telecommunications pathways or train pathways, and that's it. But data processing itself won't create consciousness. To create consciousness, generally, in speaking in biological term, there was a great Polish philosopher, Włodzimierz Sedlak. Some of you might know him. He said that any amount of data won't create consciousness. Only cognitive effort expands our consciousness. And that really says a lot about what we are as human beings. We can simulate artificial intelligence using data collected from different samples, historical samples. We don't have future samples, of course, we only have historical data, and that's why we need modeling. We need to model knowledge. And we need to know how to model knowledge. And this brings us to a specific pyramid, a specific triangle of different systems of AI. Of course, there's great demand, great expectations of AI today, but this development is not really as important if we think about competing with global value chains, if we focus on how we process data, how we share data, and what the value of that data is. So it turns out that big data is not really that important, but small data and quality data is key here. We need to use real knowledge, actual knowledge, to apply it competently in manufacturing, in policy making, and all this is not possible if we don't have in our companies, we don't have a system for accumulating know-how, accumulating IP, and a system of developing talents, and a talent legacy system that creates our advantages, that creates IP, intellectual property. And yeah, of course, we discussed AI to a very broad extent. It's not only software, it's not only an algorithm. Software is only used to implement an algorithm, implement a solution, but there are different techniques. So we have neural networks, this constant thinking about automation, about decision making. But in the human-oriented approach, we want to have humans supervising AI. We have seven different principles from design to implementation on how to use AI, how to manage those unfavorable consequences of using AI, the black box, illogical processes. But we need to find correlation in data. And I just want to resound with one thing. Poland, 33% of Poland is creative. It's the creative community, and that's huge potential. And that's what we want to place our bets on. That's why we have our projects. That's why we're focusing on that. And we need to do a lot more in that respect. We're still in the starting blocks. But I believe that our program will be modified based on that policy. If we take a look at digital data, our GDP almost 46 of Polish GDP depends on electronic data. So we can wait for somebody to develop it, or we can actually take the reins and start managing the challenges that we're facing to build competitive advantages, competitive edge. And I think that's one of the elements of our strategy. And the point here is to create a cooperation between different actors, between the government, between local governments, between different companies, to constantly and do a constant and hybrid correlation between the work of data, infrastructure, and funding. And I believe that we'll actually be finally successful in that respect. We have several regional and national programs to do that. Our recovery program has been accepted and will be doing good work in that respect. And in terms of the framework of Polish AI ecosystem, and we are following something that UNESCO has already said. AI will never be a legal entity. It will never be able to make financial transactions as AI itself. It will always have to be supervised by human beings. And we also have to focus on standards that are either implemented by EU policies, and these standards have to follow two principles at least. And one of those principles is the co-recognition of certificates. For instance, ethanol that is distributed somewhere in the EU that has a certificate that's not really respected in Poland can be sold in Poland. And we have to try to create certification on the spot in the specific location. And like it was previously said, data is fuel. And somebody said these words, but this also proves two things. Fuel is pollution. Fuel is infrastructure. Fuel is difficult access for fuel for different resources. But data, unlike fuel, is reusable. It can be recreated millions of times. It can be just archived somewhere, but it can be also reused by somebody to develop, to grow our economy. And we shouldn't really compete in access to data, but we should focus on competing in IP. Now, we have to orchestrate all the different actors and partners here. We also have the military here. And we all have to align our modes of thought so that this wasn't only a shortage that was identified only in Poland. The EU sees it and also in other countries. We see a lack of coordination in terms of national resources, and this orchestrated approach allows us to successfully compete with huge global economies. Now, in Poland, we've created a digital platform for the future. It's not only working at each individual cluster, but it also tries to connect different actors, different experts from companies to different sectors. And you can see that all on our platform's website. And what we want to create here is visibility. We want different actors in the market to see each other. And I am sure that you all know what team working is, but we also want you to start digital transformation on all levels of organization and use different educational pathways to have a very successful digital transformation from education to convergence. We see Industry 4.0, that's just one step and not our destination. And that's why we have an open innovation framework. And that was a direction always supported by Poland. And we also have to bear in mind that it has to be done in an ethical and lawful manner. And we always have to respect human autonomy in the workplace. And hopefully in the future I'll have another occasion to speak on this subject. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for hearing me out.
Thank you very much. And that's true that this presentation met my requirement. I wanted us to calm down, yes, and that's what I heard here, that the actions that are being done are going in the right direction. Now I would like to ask to the floor our strategic partner, Mr. Sebastian Rękiewicz, President of the Management Board of the Metal Processing Cluster, which has been cooperating with us for a long time. This cluster is a sort of symbol of our region. And please, Sebastian, make it brief. Okay, so as a strategic partner, I will try to keep to the schedule and not take too much time. So from idea to implementation, cluster is a factor stimulating the development of the supra-regional ecosystem. I would like to sum up the presentations we have had so far. So this expert approach in management, in industry, technology, administrative approach, you know, I would like to combine all those issues here. We are here at this university campus, and I would like us to try and put the things we've been talking about into reality. The cluster, a few words, 130 partners and membership companies. This is the ecosystem that is working, functioning right now. It's not just a theoretical solution. We have been acting for 15 years. We are one of the 19 national key clusters. We have very good assessments. We are the leader in our country. We have 18 people employed in the office. 6 years ago, it was just 4 people with very low budget. And right now we are doing projects for millions of zloty. So it's not only technology that is developing, but also the organization and management. And at this point, I would like to thank to Bogdan, who in 2021 decided that we can put our ideas into reality. We are based in Podlaskie voivodeship, but we have members in 15 other voivodeships. So we're present all over the country. You will see at the end of the presentation that, in fact, it's not only Poland, but Europe, in fact. So idea, where does it come from? From your heads, from the people who are present here, but also 11,000 employees who work in our cluster companies. Their ideas come to our experts who work in a team that tries to develop those projects. We have the Department of Business Relations and try to combine the potentials of particular partners. Some of them are commercial projects aimed to develop the companies, but others are based on technology. We are the first cluster in Poland that decided to employ not only advisory workers, consultants, but also the people who help us with technology. We decided a couple of years ago that our technological background is used only at the level of 30% of its capacity, and we are trying to increase that. The marketing department also, so their job is to try and build trust to technology, to intersectoral cooperation. That's a very difficult thing. And HR department, so that's all that's connected with people, how to develop professionally, how to build small teams, and how to work in a cluster which brings together 11,000 people. The main areas of our activity, these are technologies. So how to combine biology with IT, with technology. That was talked about that at the beginning. Now, here in this building, we had a meeting about that, actually, how to combine biology with IT, with physics, and so on, all those university departments, but also with companies which are operating here. So this is not a theory, this is really our reality. So thanks to our membership countries, and their specialization, we were able to go through the economic crisis that was here in 2014-15, and also now during the pandemic. And in fact, we had much better results than our partners from Europe, where for them the figures were dropping, and in our case, they were rising. So our companies were not left to themselves or not alone, but they were sharing knowledge and experience, and that gave them good results. We have here our partners from Spain that were affected by COVID or from Lombardy, and we got information from them how to cope in this situation. And Jose or Ilaria said that do everything but do not close down the factories, because we did that and we don't know how to undo it right now. So this cooperation is the key to success. Our mission is we inspire to change, to develop, and to combine potentials. We want all our members to develop, and we are able to function on a very good level by combining our potential. I'm looking at my colleagues from Marshall's office. We cooperate very well. We're able to appear present ourselves as a region in different countries across Europe, and we're able to show that we can offer certain products, services. Our companies export to over 100 countries, and thanks to that, we are very much connected to the world's ecosystem. Those projects that I'm showing here are only the projects that are done right now and connected with this area of the industry for the future. Rapid Sheet is connected with very unique solutions. Japanese trains, fast trains, are the technology have the technology that we use in our projects. GENCO, yesterday and before yesterday, we had the kickoff of this project with the representatives from Baden-Württemberg, the region in Europe which has huge outlays on R&D. I had dinner with a man who designed a processor that is not just on the slides, but was in outer space, hit a comet, and it's still working. So we were talking about how the processors that Petros talked about can be transformed into glass.
Now, what Petros showed us, there were still silicon-based processors. But we want to make, we want to utilize glass to make processors, make chips cheaper, 18 times cheaper. And yeah, that's what we've been developing here in Białystok in cooperation with different international partners, with the Technical University in Białystok, and we'll be doing further work using technologies that are well developed by our local Białystok-based companies. And downstairs in the lobby, you can see different solutions that we've been working on. And this demo lab is well created in exactly that purpose, so that you can see what we're working here. And yeah, we also have different European projects, Semivet, Circular Economy in Metal Industries. So that's something that goes beyond these different these different industries, but focuses on the Green Deal, environmental solutions, and similarly to my previous speaker, I'm not really a fan of all these point O or point something, but we want to focus on factories of the future. And we are absolutely convinced that further numbers, further revolutions are only a matter of time, because we've heard about the 4.0 concept in 2015. We've tried to convince representatives of universities, companies. Well, they were asking, what 4.0, what are you talking about? 2.0, fine. 3.0, okay, but what's 4.0? And today we see that, well, that's not really the future, but this is happening as we speak. And we're managing this problem in different terms. Now, about our metalworking cluster, well, what are we doing? We don't want to repeat the mistakes that were done by our colleagues in the US, Japan, China. We're looking at good practices. We're looking at bad practices. We're doing international events before COVID. Recently, we've been doing online events where we focus on future technologies. And our partners here, as you can see in this slide, well, this slide is not really up to date because one of my colleagues is returning from Finland as we speak, and Finland is not really on the slide here. Finland is right now our partner. So this slide, even though it was prepared last week, it's not really updated. So we're developing quickly, we're developing agilely. So I tried to stick to my time regime. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Bogdan, the moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. We've all known Sebastian, he's not a new acquaintance. We know that he's doing his best to talk about the cluster briefly, even though this is a very, very broad and interesting topic. And we're happy about having this cluster here. We know that it's our strategic constant partner for the future, and we only see good work ahead of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at 1 p.m. sharp, and we can't really talk about the future without respecting good practices. And good practice, a very good practice, is a timely lunch, a timely coffee break. And just to summarize the presentations in one sentence, well, that can't really be done in one sentence, but I truly believe that everything we've heard today confirms that we're not at the brink of a revolution, but the revolution is happening right now. We need to be a part of it because we'll lose the focus of our research, we'll lose the subject of our research unless we don't grab that. We have to cooperate with experts in technology and biology to create optimal solutions. And that's the target for our Polish companies, for our regional companies, small businesses, medium businesses, growing businesses. And I truly believe that this session that we've heard right now is a great expansion of the concept of these conferences. And right now I'll give the floor to Mariusz Citkowski just to do some housekeeping. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is at the same floor just outside this room, so you don't need to go downstairs. Now, after lunch, if you find the time at 1:30 p.m., we would like to invite you to either go downstairs to the Nature Center or just take a 3-minute walk to the planetarium. There's our colleagues downstairs who will lead you to either location. There's Marek Mikołajuk for people who want to tour the planetarium. And you can do the same thing after the session with practitioners or tomorrow. So that's a strategic decision that you need to make. And after lunch at 2 p.m., we're starting 2 simultaneous sessions, sessions A and B. Of course, we also invite you to view these sessions online. And yeah, more information about our other housekeeping items right after the session with practitioners. Now, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much to our speakers, and yeah, have a great lunch.
Zapraszamy na lunch, na dole oczywiście te demonstratory cały czas aktywne. Proszę.
Of course, you can see the demo site.
Dzień dobry. Jesteśmy na konferencji Wyzwania w zarządzaniu w obliczu gospodarki 4.0 organizowanej przez Instytut Zarządzania w Białymstoku. Na konferencji oprócz takich tradycyjnych sesji konferencyjnych mamy również demonstratory technologii 4.0, które za chwilę będziecie mogli Państwo zobaczyć. Znajdujemy się na stanowisku Soldamatic. Jest to symulator spawania w rozszerzonej rzeczywistości. Czy mógłby nam Pan opowiedzieć o tym symulatorze?
Tak, oczywiście. Jest to symulator spawania, który wykorzystuje najnowszą technologię przemysłu 4.0, którą jest rozszerzona rzeczywistość. Wspomaga on w szkoleniu spawaczy. Jest wykorzystywany już na całym świecie, szczególnie w Niemczech i w innych krajach wschodu.
Czy w Polsce jest gdzieś jakoś wykorzystywany już do nauki, czy na razie to jest tylko prototyp?
W Polsce już w paru miejscach jest wprowadzony, lecz na razie w niewielkiej ilości. Bardzo popularny jest właśnie w Niemczech, jak wcześniej wspomniałem.
Dziękuję Panu bardzo. W związku z tym, gdybyście Państwo chcieli spróbować, wypróbować się w spawaniu, zapraszamy w piątek 24. Będziecie mogli Państwo skorzystać. Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy Ditech, która prezentuje showroom cyfryzacji procesów produkcyjnych. Czy mogłaby nam Pani powiedzieć coś więcej?
Tak, przedstawiamy tutaj proces produkcji spersonalizowanej karty. Etapy procesu wyglądają w ten sposób, że klient końcowy zamawia sobie kartę przez stronę internetową. Zamówienie to przekazywane jest do systemu ERP firmy produkcyjnej. Następnie po uwolnieniu zlecenia produkcyjnego przekazujemy informacje o zleceniu do naszych autorskich rozwiązań, czyli systemów MES.
Rozumiem, że karta tutaj jest tylko przykładem. To jest zastosowane, można to zastosować już w firmach, tak?
Tak.
Czy
Tak, oczywiście nasze rozwiązania MES-owe mamy już od kilku lat zainstalowane u klientów, którzy z tego korzystają.
Super. Osoby, które przyjdą do nas jutro, zobaczyć, co się dzieje na konferencji, zobaczyć demonstratory, będą miały możliwość stworzenia sobie takiej zindywidualizowanej karty.
Tak, oczywiście. Mamy przygotowane 3 rodzaje kart, na które każdy może dodać indywidualną grafikę.
Jesteśmy właśnie przy robocie sprzątającym firmy Agapit. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć coś o nim więcej, coś jak działa, gdzie ma najlepsze zastosowanie?
Więc jest to nasz najnowszy robot sprzątający. Myślę, że najlepsze zastosowania dla niego to są sklepy wielkopowierzchniowe jak supermarkety czy innego rodzaju miejsca użyteczności publicznej. Działa w bardzo prosty sposób. Na mokro sprząta posadzkę, następnie wodę zbiera z sawą z tyłu do zbiornika wody brudnej, dojeżdża do stacji dokującej i tą wodę sobie opróżnia, tankuje nową i ładuje swoje baterie, więc jest w pełni autonomiczny.
Dziękuję. Czy moglibyśmy zobaczyć, jak on działa?
Jasne.
Mam jeszcze pytanie. Mówi Pan, że w sklepach wielkopowierzchniowych na przykład mamy tam dużo klientów. Jak to wygląda, kiedy spotka na swojej drodze osobę jakąś?
W momencie, w którym mamy kontakt z człowiekiem, robot dynamicznie go omija lub staje i czeka, aż taki człowiek sobie po prostu zejdzie mu z drogi. Mamy również inne roboty sprzątające, które funkcja po prostu sprawia, że robot przystaje, prosi klienta o zejście z drogi, następnie jedzie sobie dalej.
Rozumiem. Czy macie Państwo inne roboty, bo ten sprząta tylko posadzki, on je tylko myje. Czy macie Państwo jakieś roboty odkurzające na przykład?
Oczywiście, mamy roboty myjące, mamy roboty odkurzające, mamy roboty mopujące, więc te 3 tryby pracy mamy dostępne w naszych robotach. Mamy również robota dezynfekującego światłem UVC.
Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy Audi Centrum Białystok, Sieńko i Syn, który prezentuje Centrum Wirtualnej Konfiguracji Pojazdu. Czy mogłaby Pani powiedzieć coś o tym więcej? Czy ten system jest już dostępny u Państwa?
Tak, jak najbardziej. System jest dostępny przy każdej wizycie u nas w salonie tak naprawdę. Dzięki temu systemowi każdy z klientów indywidualnie może zobaczyć na bieżąco, tak, jak dana konfiguracja jego wymarzonego modelu samochodu wygląda. Ponadto po takiej wizycie każdy z klientów dostaje swój automatycznie wygenerowany kod, dzięki któremu może jeszcze raz w spokoju obejrzeć swój samochód tak już w domowym zaciszu i zobaczyć po prostu, jak to auto wygląda.
Czy od dawna korzystacie Państwo już z tego systemu?
Tak, już od dłuższego czasu. System jest cały czas gdzieś tam doskonalony, jakby wirtualnie, tak. Staramy się też odzwierciedlać jak najwięcej szczegółów poprzez oczywiście zmianę koloru, stylistykę felg. Również oczywiście tak jakby do tapicerki, do struktury tapicerki, więc tak naprawdę to jest bardzo realne odzwierciedlenie tego, co faktycznie w samochodzie się dzieje.
Czy dzięki temu systemowi widzicie Państwo zmianę wśród wyborów klientów? Czy na przykład częściej wybierają inne kolory, których wcześniej nie mogli sobie wyobrazić? Tak musieli tylko zastanawiać się, jak to będzie wyglądało, teraz mogą zobaczyć. Czy to wpływa na wybory?
Tak, jak najbardziej. Jakby klient, który widzi tak naocznie, co się dzieje z tym samochodem, jak on fizycznie będzie wyglądał, podejmuje też decyzje do, wręcz tak powiem, zmiany koloru ze standardowego, tak, czyli gdzieś tam czarny, biały, czerwony, do kolorów, które są mniej tradycyjne, co się przekłada na to, że ten efekt wizualny końcowy, tak, takiego samochodu jest zupełnie inny i to auto wygląda autentycznie, bardzo indywidualnie i rzuca się w oczy.
Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy PLM Expert, która prezentuje rozwiązania skierowane do firm chcących transformować się w kierunku 4.0. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć nam coś więcej, co można tutaj zrobić, czego doświadczyć?
Tak, oczywiście. To można tutaj też właśnie przyjść, porozmawiać pod względem tego, żeby poznać rozwiązanie. Również mamy filmiki, jak i możliwości tego, żeby zobaczyć samo oprogramowanie żywe, jak ono funkcjonuje. A z drugiej strony również zapraszamy do umówienia takiego pokazu już w firmie lub indywidualnie.
Czyli rozumiem, że ta oferta tego programu jest tutaj skierowana raczej do przedsiębiorstw, tak? One mogą przyjść, sprawdzić, jak takie oprogramowanie wygląda, jak się je wprowadza i porozmawiać z Państwem. Rozumiem, że te oprogramowania są zindywidualizowane też, tak? Dostosowane do przedsiębiorstw.
Jak najbardziej, tak. Tutaj też można właśnie porozmawiać, one są zindywidualizowane i co najważniejsze, one też jest tak tworzone, żeby przedsiębiorca to, co już ma, mógł jak najbardziej z tego korzystać, tylko że my poszerzamy funkcjonalności po prostu tych rozwiązań, które ma, żeby móc wprowadzać już właśnie ten przemysł 4.0, automatyzację i cały cykl życia produktu.
Rozumiem, czyli dla firmy to nie będzie rewolucja, a ewolucja bardziej w kierunku, co prawdopodobnie zmniejszy też koszty i zmniejsza ryzyko, więc pewnie firmy chętniej chcą to wprowadzać.
Jak najbardziej. Tutaj też jest właśnie ta kontrola tych kosztów. Co najważniejsze, że przez automatyzację ta redukcja różnych kosztów związanych z błędami, z nieporozumieniami, czy po prostu z takimi zwykłymi błędami ludzkimi, które mogą się pojawiać, a takie błędy potrafią też być bardzo kosztowne dla różnych przedsiębiorców. No i redukcja różnych opóźnień, czyli jeżeli mamy kontrolę pod względem oprogramowania, wiemy już dzięki tym innym programom, co się dzieje, ale możemy wszystkie informacje zebrać w jednym miejscu, to mamy kontrolę już nad całą firmą. Wiemy, jakie są opóźnienia, gdzie mamy braki, jakich części brakuje, gdzie ludzie szybciej pracują, wolniej pracują, co musimy uzupełnić, więc to już jest pełna redukcja wszystkich elementów, które są tworzące, generujące dodatkowe koszty.
Brzmi to zdecydowanie jak ułatwienie procesu produkcyjnego i przede wszystkim zmniejszenie kosztów. Także dziękuję Panu bardzo i zapraszam wszystkich przedsiębiorców, którzy byliby zainteresowani wprowadzeniem takich procesów w swoich firmach. Jesteśmy na stanowisku firmy Pepperfuchs, która prezentuje na naszej konferencji zminiaturyzowaną przemysłową linię transportową, która wykorzystuje elementy przemysłu 4.0. Czy mógłby powiedzieć Pan nam coś więcej na temat tego, co tutaj widzimy?
Tak, my jesteśmy elementem komponentów, które są w szerokiej skali wykorzystywane w tego typu rozwiązaniach. Mogą być to linie transportowe, mogą być to linie produkcyjne. Nasze komponenty są bazą przemysłu 4.0 w pełni wykorzystującą i pokazującą możliwości tego typu rozwiązań.
Rozumiem, że takie zastosowania są już dostępne w firmach.
Tak, zdecydowanie. Nasze rozwiązania istnieją w przemyśle od ponad 70 lat. Jesteśmy jednym z liderów rynku światowego i nasze produkty są szeroko stosowane w rozwiązaniach na całym świecie.
Czy przedsiębiorstwa, które chciałyby wprowadzić elementy takich linii u siebie, czy to jest duża inwestycja, czy mogą wykorzystać to, co już mają i rozwinąć to tylko?
Wszystko zależy od potrzeb oczywiście. Komponenty naszej firmy są stosowane w pojedynczych sztukach w tak zwanym utrzymaniu ruchu, czyli tam, gdzie nastąpi jakaś awaria, a także są stosowane w szerokich i globalnych, ogromnych projektach, gdzie tego typu elementy są wykorzystywane w dziesiątkach, setkach, a także i tysiącach sztuk.
Czy prowadzicie Państwo współpracę z jakimiś firmami z województwa podlaskiego, czy jeszcze nie?
Tak, zdecydowanie. Rynek podlaski jest dla nas bardzo owocny. Współpracujemy tutaj zarówno z firmami końcowymi, czyli producentami urządzeń bazującymi na tego typu elementach, a także z dystrybutorami, którzy szeroko promują nasze rozwiązania.
Znajdujemy się na stanowisku firmy Prokobot, która prezentuje przemysłowego robota współpracującego. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć coś o jego zastosowaniu?
Tak, na stanowisku znajduje się robot współpracujący Universal Robots. Jest to model UR16E o 16-kilogramowym udźwigu. Znajdują one zastosowanie w przemyśle, głównie w tym sektorze MŚP, czyli są dedykowane dla małych i średnich przedsiębiorstw, gdzie klasyczna duża robotyzacja nie mogła mieć miejsca, chociażby dlatego, że duży robot przemysłowy zajmuje dużo miejsca, wymaga specjalistycznej wiedzy do jego zaprogramowania. Roboty współpracujące charakteryzują się przede wszystkim łatwością programowania, dzięki czemu mniejsze i średnie firmy, które chcą mieć robota, mają już tą drogę otwartą, tak? Ponieważ Robot jest mniejszy, robota łatwo zaprogramować, dzięki czemu nawet i te małe przedsiębiorstwa no mogą w tym momencie się już automatyzować czy robotyzować, nie są powiedzmy zamknięci czy odepchnięci na dalszy bok, ponieważ głównie robotyka była dedykowana dla tych większych przedsiębiorstw, w szczególności automotive.
Jeśli Państwo sprzedajecie takiego robota, czy te konsultacje związane z tym, jak go zaprogramować i później ewentualne wsparcie, czy to również Państwo oferujecie przedsiębiorstwom?
Oczywiście, no, poza tym, że jesteśmy firmą dystrybucyjną, posiadamy swój dział inżynieryjny, który świadczy różnego rodzaju usługi, czy to poprzez szkolenia, przez serwis czy wsparcie techniczne, zarówno to przedsprzedażowe, jak i posprzedażowe. Tak? Czyli poza tym, że dostarczamy roboty, dostarczamy również wiedzę, jak takiego robota wdrożyć w przedsiębiorstwie, no bo tym się po prostu zajmujemy na co dzień.
Czy te roboty są uniwersalne, czy możecie je Państwo zindywidualizować, dostosować do konkretnych potrzeb przedsiębiorstwa?
Tak jak sama nazwa robota mówi, Universal Robot, tak, jest to robot uniwersalny, możemy go wykorzystywać przy różnego rodzaju aplikacjach. Software jest bardzo otwarty, nie jest to robot dedykowany stricte do jednej danej czynności, możemy go wykorzystać przy wielu. To wiąże się też z tym, że robot jest zasilany z sieci jednofazowej, czyli nie trzeba doprowadzać specjalnego zasilania. Robot jest odpowiednio lżejszy, dzięki czemu możemy go przenosić ze stanowiska na stanowisko. Dodatkowo łatwe programowanie umożliwia to, że możemy zaprogramować kilka różnych rodzajów operacji i przełączając te operacje w zależności od potrzeb.
Rozumiem, czyli w zasadzie jest uniwersalny, ale tak naprawdę można go dostosować, można jego funkcjonowanie dostosować do aktualnych potrzeb.
Tak, wszystko to zależy od nas, w zasadzie od użytkownika, to co użytkownik chce osiągnąć, jaką aplikację chce sobie zrobotyzować, jakie usprawnienia chce wprowadzić na swojej produkcji, do tego robota możemy oczywiście dostosować. Jest to jeden z modeli Universal Robots. 2 dni temu w Monachium była premiera najnowszego modelu UR20, który jest już w stanie podnieść 20 kg na 1,70 m zasięgu. Także już też otwieramy się na te większe aplikacje, mam tu na myśli cięższe paczki, cięższe zadania wymagające większego udźwigu i większego zasięgu.
Firma ProCobot na konferencji prezentuje także robokelnera, który jest dedykowany branży choreka. Czy mógłby Pan powiedzieć coś więcej o działaniu tego robota?
Jasne, jak najbardziej. Jest to oczywiście, tak najprościej mówiąc, robokelner. Ma on oczywiście tutaj pomagać kelnerom w obsłudze gości restauracyjnych. Czyli kelner w tym momencie sobie nakłada na daną taskę posiłek dla gościa i klika wybrany numer, tu akurat nie ma pokazanego stolika, klika, do którego stolika ma podjechać start i Bella automatycznie sama zawozi gościowi restauracji. Jest oczywiście też interaktywna, także jak najbardziej możemy ją pogłaskać, odezwie się do nas i no i tutaj ładnie się prezentuje do siebie.
Zdecydowanie. Czy jest możliwość, żeby ona pomyliła stoliki? One wcześniej muszą zostać zaprogramowane, tak?
Dokładnie, my ją uczymy, czyli na początku w restauracji pokazujemy jej, czyli prowadzimy ją za rączkę, pokazujemy jej całą mapę restauracji, programujemy każdy stolik. Jedynie kto mógłby się pomylić, to kelner, klikając nieodpowiedni stolik, no ale wiadomo, że gdyby gość dostał nie swój posiłek, to od razu by go zgłosił do kelnera. Gdyby się okazało, że klient weźmie nie swoje danie, to jak najbardziej Bella tutaj zgłosi to wszystko też komunikatem głosowym, że to nie jest danie przeznaczone dla tego stolika.
Rozumiem, czyli ona na każdym tym poziomie, na każdy poziom ma zgłoszony danie na konkretny stolik i wie, kiedy on powinien zostać podniesiony.
Dokładnie tak. Jeżeli zabierzemy, to albo możemy kliknąć guzik, który pokazuje już, że może wracać do punktu startowego, czyli do kuchni, albo ma oczywiście też wagę, jak zabierzemy tylko talerz, ona z automatu wraca do kuchni właśnie, żeby już obsłużyć kolejnego gościa. Jest jeszcze tylko dopowiem, jest to oczywiście takie ułatwienie dla kelnera, bo w momencie, kiedy Bella dostarcza posiłek, my w tym momencie możemy, nie wiem, obsłużyć kolejnego gościa, zebrać kolejne zamówienie, zebrać brudne naczynia, więc bardzo, bardzo pomaga właśnie w pracy w restauracji.
W restauracji goście nie tylko chodzą, nie tylko siedzą, przepraszam, ale również chodzą, poruszają się. Czy istnieje możliwość, że robot wpadnie na kogoś albo zatrzyma się i nie będzie w stanie jechać dalej, ponieważ ktoś będzie na jego drodze?
Bella jest wyposażona w masę czujników dookoła, więc jak najbardziej nie ma takiej możliwości, żeby ona w kogoś wpadła. Ktoś mógłby celowo w nią wejść, no ale jak najbardziej takie sytuacje są po prostu znikome i to się nie zdarza. W momencie, kiedy ma jakąś przeszkodę, czyli powiedzmy, tak my tutaj stoimy, ona by chciała tędy przejechać, bo tu ma swoją trasę, ona zgłosi do nas, że przepraszam, stoisz na mojej drodze, czy mógłbyś się przesunąć. No wiadomo, że goście restauracji nie są tacy uporczywi, którzy by przeszkadzali w pracy oczywiście kelnera, więc jak najbardziej każdy schodzi z drogi.
Dziękuję bardzo. Na naszej konferencji Bella również rozwozi drobne poczęstunki czy też napoje, którymi można się poczęstować.
Proszę Państwa, zaczniemy sesję Innowacje i innowacyjność przedsiębiorstw, system innowacji otwartych i transfer technologii. W czasie naszego spotkania mamy przewidzianych 6 wystąpień, z czego
We're going to have 6 presentations. 2 will be here, stationary, and 4 online. We are going to start with a live presentation by Dr. Wilfried Utz. So that's our first presentation today, driving digital innovation and transformation through open models. The floor is yours.
Świetnie.
Introduction. Before I start, I would like to thank the local organization team. I think you did an incredible job to host us here and the invitation to come here. I think the second thing to say is the one that is on the sign somewhere here. It's the anniversary year of the university, right? Congratulations to 25 years of Bialystok University. It's a great honor to be here and to talk about our research idea and our work that we perform as part of the OMILAB NPO. So what the organization that I represent today is called Open Models Initiative Laboratory, which is a non-profit organization located in Berlin. And what we do is actually we would try to establish a community of experts in the field of conceptual modeling. And conceptual modeling in a very broad terminology, broad sense, so that we can capture that information, sustain it, make it reusable and apply it. The good thing about what we do, and specifically here in Bialystok, is that we have such an OMILAB here in the city, and we did some collaboration with the people from Metallcluster, Sebastian, Janusz, as part of one of the research projects that is called DigiFOV, about how do we build capacity, how do we build competencies within the young generation, the future generation, to close and overcome future challenges that might occur. Before we go into content, I would like to ask you a question. Because I'm not a professor. Many of you are professors. You're used to talk to people and to lecture, and that's actually your proficiency. I'm not a lecturer. I'm an innovator, I would call it. And what I would ask you, when you go outside the door and you see all the great exhibition stands out there, what kind of association do you have with that one? Is that fear? Who has fear of robots and AI and what we have seen? Who raises his hands? No. A little bit. So there's 50% yeses and 50% no's. The rest of us, we agree, right? We say that is a great approach, a great way into the future. What I would ask you to reflect, based on what I have understood from the morning session, is, well, when we think about such systems and we design those, we have ourselves in mind, right? But when we innovate a new environment, who should we have in focus? Who do we need to imagine in the future to work with such infrastructure and such environments? I think, give you an example, I use my son always as the evaluator of things. He's 10 years old, he's the digital native of the future. There's no fear. There's no fear of a robot, independent of the shape that it takes, independent how it looks like. And what I would like to play around with you is what we do as part of the Open Models Laboratory as an exploration space, as an experimentation space that allows us to identify how such systems can be designed and can be realized. This should work, right? Yeah. This is what I already said. Some words about my person. I think I don't need to go through that one. I will share all the slides afterwards with you. You can download them, so please feel free to go through them. I have 40 slides and 20 minutes. That means it will never work out, don't worry. We will then skip those parts that are not that relevant. What I would like to introduce to you, I mentioned it beforehand, what we try to establish is a community. Why do you think is a community important for the work that we do currently, independent of the field? Well, we have to understand that we don't know everything. We know only as much as we can work together, collaborate, and put into a common frame. The second aspect that is on this slide over here is we would like to work on open artifacts, right? Open, what does open mean for you? Is open is access, right? We would like to provide access to the information, to the artifacts that have been developed, and also share that one in the sense of a sustainability measure. Sharing, we are in the sharing economy. This is what I learned. I'm by education a technologist, so I'm reusing terms that I don't really understand. But what we see here is that we need to find possibilities to sustain results that have been produced. Maybe a question to the professors, maybe you have this as well. You have a great master student, he finishes the degree, he hands in the thesis, and what happens afterwards? And this is what we try to overcome with this community, that we have a sharing space of these open artifacts, specifically in the field of conceptual modeling. Let me see where we get now. And how do we realize those conceptual modelings? We have the idea that we would like to establish digital innovation environments. Okay? What does that encompass? It encompasses that we need to have a thorough understanding what goes on when we talk about transformation, digital transformation, and innovation aspects. To give you an example, I heard a lot of buzzwords today in the morning. The young gentleman showed us pictures of the Gartner studies, mega trends, etc. When I use the term artificial intelligence, what do you associate? Maybe you have a statement for me that you can use. What is your association with artificial intelligence? Perfect, perfect. The system that figures out a solution by itself. Is it really by itself? No, it's a transformation of the human interpretation, cognition, logic into a machine representation, and then it can actually work. And we have a lot of different flavors of those artificial intelligence technologies, right? And what we skip typically is we don't look into how this is done. So when we think about AI, we need to consider there's something called symbolic AI, where we describe the system in advance. We have a model of the system. We have sub-symbolic AI, and we need to understand that as well. But the important thing is when we are on business level, when we design a business ecosystem, we use the term. We don't have a clue, essentially, what we are going to do, and we still use it, and we still try to provoke that this is a meaningful thing. Maybe Gartner told us as a company we have to use it, so we don't even know why we do it. And this is what we try to overcome with those digital innovation environments that consist of models, conceptual models. You know what conceptual models are? So a representation of an environment, of a system under study in the way that it is interpretable by the human, but also by the machine. So we have an interaction possibility from the human to externalize the knowledge and describe how this is done. Did I have here? Those, and I would like to go into detail what we see in this environment. The environment is not only a software piece or an environment that you can download on your PC, but it's a physical space. And we have established these nodes, and I have highlighted the nodes that are most relevant for us here, because we are in Poland, right? So local cultural aspects are also important. We have 16 nodes currently active. Each node is individual. So we don't enforce anything. That has the important aspect that we would like to establish domain-specific expertise on the node level. For the two marked ones in Poland, that is in an industrial node in Warsaw, BUC Poland, and it is the Politechnika Białystok just around the corner here. Maybe I hope I said it correctly. If I made a mistake, then I apologize for that one. How can you imagine those things look like? You see that here in the background. On the right, you see the industrial node in Vienna, BUC Vienna. On the left-hand side, you see an academic node. And these have a physical flavor, like a laboratory. You remember OMI-Lab, lab stands for laboratory, and we would like to provide to students and practitioners a space where they can experiment with technology, with conceptual models, with business ecosystems, and evaluate how those things work. What you can recognize here is we have such table setup. This has a specific meaning. When we think about modeling scientifically, we think about abstraction layers, right? So we have a very high level of abstraction, typically on the business level, where we think about business models, where we think about ecosystems, actor relations, and things like that. We have a more formal level, but it's about the models that describe how things are done, processes, organization, artifacts. And we have a physical layer here at the bottom where we can recognize, well, there are the robots that perform something. So what we would like to establish, that the high-level view of such a business environment breaks actually down to the way how the robot performs. You can follow my thought experiment now. When you go outside and you see this one robot that delivers the sweets to you, did you understand how you can stop it? No. You have to run after it, right? I mean, I was trying to get something and I didn't manage to do it. But maybe this is a decision on purpose. Why? But because somebody on business level in our abstraction layer said, well, we need to make sure that people run after their sweets so they stay healthy. maybe this is completely wrong. It's an interpretation of how things could be done. But what is important to keep in mind, while we have this breakdown, in order to come up with a technology or a transformation that supports a business need, a capability that is described in the form of a business model. Let's have a look into one of such labs. Let's hope that it plays. That's a short video just to give you an understanding how that looks like. I will just jump back a bit. Is that okay with the microphone when I move? All right. We enter now one of the laboratories in Vienna. What you see here is we have a space that we call creative space, and that is actually supports design thinking techniques. Design thinking means I have people from different backgrounds, stakeholders from anywhere, marketing, product design, technology, come together and work on a new idea. This is not data-driven on purpose, okay? It's not driven on the past, but we look into the future. We think how we can do things in the future, applying a design thinking approach that has been taken from SAP scenes. Here you see the layout that we have, that I mentioned beforehand. So the scenes, the business model come into this setup. They are transformed. We call that one decomposition. So we decompose a high-level idea into concrete representations in the form of models, and they are further broken down and aligned with the abstract capabilities of such robotic devices. We do not have these large things in our lab, but we have small, tiny cars just to demonstrate that a specific aspect could work. So that means when we run such a model, we configure how the physical environment, the cyber-physical environment will react, and we can understand whether this reaction is meaningful and purposeful. I will jump over this and now over here. Just a short statement on our network of nodes that we have established. On the left-hand side, you see all the nodes that are surrounding us. Just the logos, I give you the home exercise to Google them if you would like to understand where they exactly are. On the right-hand side, we see our industrial partners, industrial digital innovation environments, BUC and Hilti. I think you know Hilti, right? Drilling machines, the red box drilling machines, super expensive, but heavy ones, correct. And they use that one, for example, just to, because I visited them 2 weeks ago, what they do is they have a product service offering. So you don't anymore buy a drilling machine, but you rent or you pay for every hole that you drill. Okay. The next step for them is we don't want to pay for the hole, but I pay for the thing that I put on, and they guarantee you that the device is ready, the device works, everything is available, and it can be combined. Good. The local partners. We have heard Sebastian speaking in the morning. Metallcluster as a partner hub. We need those hubs, as we have heard also from my colleague in Austria, who represented this cluster and hub infrastructures. I believe this is very important since this distributes knowledge. It's a knowledge hub, a digital innovation hub maybe even, that picks up the local expertise and acts as a mediator between these different flavors of science, industry, and knowledge exchange. Right. Quick view in the lab in Bialystok. So if you are around, I guess you are around, this is not far away. You can visit Professor Jurczuk, I hope I said it correctly, in his lab just around the corner. And of course, the network is open for addition. So in case you want to join, if you want to be part of this network, there's the opportunity to join and to work together and collaborate on these aspects. Just a quick view how we do that one. I still have time, right? Or is it? Okay, good. 5 minutes, good. I will stop just before our case study, and then I'll give the rest to you as a reading exercise. What we do is, this is based on the work of my mentor, Professor Karagiannis, that we use abstraction to reduce complexity in a domain for a specific purpose. Okay, that is the definition, in a sense, on a very abstract level, what conceptual modeling is. Important terms, purpose, right? So we do that one because we want to reach a goal. Abstraction, to reduce the complexity, means that we look at the system and we describe it in a way that it is adequate and meaningful. Our approach, conceptual modeling, I mentioned that before, and we distinguish now here between what we would like to, support, the business model in the digital age. So when you think about how do you want to offer business in the future, how do you want to run your organization in the future, what kind of possibilities do you have? And you need to, in order to provide that one, you need concepts, you need to have an understanding of the methods, and you need to have tooling in order to support that one that actually allow us to create such model artifacts that are here on top. I would like to give you an example on that one. I mentioned that before I jump through that one, just to give you the full framework and the full picture of technologies and approaches that we support as part of OMILAB. Everything is open. This is the invariant. So what you can see here, you can download, you can get directly. But it is important to understand that we have this distinction between, not distinction, but we have a combination of a business ecosystem creation, in a sense, where we do design thinking, where we develop conceptual models that relate to the way how a business should be organized. We have the technology part, the digital twin, another buzzword, of course, but we describe the capabilities of a system, abstract those, and combine those in smart models based on common approaches and technologies that you see here at the bottom. I will want to just give you one example, and I will jump through those slides quickly. Just let me do that. Right, that you have an understanding how such models look like, sorry. So for the highest level, this describes actually a case how we would like to offer smart mobility in the future. What you see here is our understanding of a model of such design thinking exercise. We have iconic representations, we annotate, we elevate this information and describe how this offering should happen. So we assume we have a guy who wants to move from his house to the city and looks for a parking space, and how this parking logic can be described and can be broken further down. We then break these things down into models that describe the actual environment, technology, processes, interaction, location, data, etc. Why is that important? What I said in the beginning, we would like to understand in detail every little aspect how the system is established and what kind of dependencies we have. Maybe to give you an example why that is important. I talked in the break to some guys about car sharing. Do you have car sharing in Poland? Yeah. It's an app, I guess, right? You open the app, you look for a car, you book the car, jump in, and you go and you leave again. First question for you is, why does this work? People need it. That's from the business point of view. Perfect. Why does it work technologically? Very simple. Because the car is digitally available, right? So you have a possibility to unlock a car. Imagine you cannot unlock the car with your mobile phone. Then you need to produce millions of keys and distribute them somehow. That wouldn't work. So this is the technology layer that is important. The other aspect, when it comes to using this app to find those things, I would guess there's a Google Maps integrated where you find your position and the closest car that you can rent. Imagine what happens if Google Map goes down. Then you don't earn money, right? So you need to understand, I think from an economical point of view and a business point of view, you need to understand every little dependency that you have in there in order to overcome such issues. The alternative would be you build your own map service. But will you do that? Will you develop your own map service? I don't think that will ever happen again. Good, but this should be described in such models, and what our lab then provides is an environment to experiment how that works. What we see here is an autonomous car, or actually two autonomous cars, and the idea that I would like to show here to you is how does it work when we change the way how car sharing works, namely not I select the car, but the car compete for me. So I say, I have a demand, and all the cars surrounding me make me an offer and would like to provide me with those details. What does that mean? We describe in a digital way how the offering process works, put that on the car, simulate results, and can then perform those kind of things. It should start to run now. Let's see. I think that's the case. Yeah. So we provide offerings. Go up. That was too quick. The video didn't start today. Let's wait. I still have a minute, I guess, right? Overtime already. I should be finished. Right, but we see it here. Artificial intelligence, reasoning logic runs on the car. The car is selected that actually can perform my operation and will go and pick me up afterwards. In the light of time, I will skip that one, and I would just make a short announcement in the end. there's a book series actually, that you can get also here in the library about what conceptual modeling is and why we think that this one is important. The book is not written by us personally, but it is a combination of results of 26 research groups all around Europe. We have also the leaflet here with me, if you like. And the other initiative that I would like to introduce to you, since I believe most of you come from a scientific teaching background, we organize a yearly summer school called NEMO, Next Generation Enterprise Modeling, in Vienna, 2 weeks. In case you have students who would like to dive into this field, feel free to send them to us, make them apply to us. The next one is starting on the 11th of July, still time to apply, but a very spontaneous one. Next year, again, in July. Good. I would stop here now. Thank you very much. And in case of questions, I don't know how that is handled after everything. Okay, great. Thanks.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. And the second presentation will be a remote one. This will be Professor Marta Gotz, the title Cluster Industry 4.0. Those of you who are with us remotely, I think you know how much time you have. So we give the floor to our speaker. Hello to everybody. I hope you can see me and hear me well. I wanted first of all to thank you for the invitation, for the possibility of taking part in the conference. Unfortunately, I got sick and I couldn't come here personally, and it is an honor to participate in this conference. And I would like to congratulate you on this conference already, because the thematic field, the organization, the preparation, all of that impressed me really. So I'm really impressed. Now I'm going to share with you the results of the study that I did under a grant I received from NAVA, and it referred to Cluster Industry 4.0. And I tried to answer the question how clusters can provide industrial commons. And the inspiration for this research was a certain discrepancy between concepts of cluster, which is an industrial category, and digital business transformation, which includes a wide range of aspects. It was mentioned today that it's much more than just technology, that this is an interdisciplinary approach. So there is technology on one hand, but there is also the human factor, the organization, the management, etc. Now, I focus in my research on the spatial category and on the changing characteristics of clusters. Because the aim of the research of the study was to describe the specificity of this of those changes, not the frequency, not statistics, I used a qualitative approach, which relates on grounded theory method and uses the hybrid approach. On one hand, it is called a spontaneous grounding in empiria, and on the other hand, rigoristic systematization. And this qualitative approach, based mainly on a case study, and here it was the Hamburg aviation cluster. It is one of 400 officially recognized by the German Cluster Observatory clusters, and one of 40 which are officially recognized as the clusters representing broadly understood Industry 4.0. And this is the cluster which is the third biggest hub of civil aviation after Seattle and Boeing and Toulouse with Airbus. And in Hamburg, three main entities are Airbus, the local airport, and Lufthansa Technik. But next to those three main actors, the cluster gathers a lot of companies, bigger and smaller, and has over 40,000 qualified workers. I did observations plus in-depth interviews and study visits, and I had a very diversified group of stakeholders, representatives of all elements of the cluster, so to say. So I had experts, I had business people, the local politicians, scientists, managers, obviously, from big corporations, from startups, from spin-offs, so the whole range. In my qualitative research, after Welch, Pickery, and Mantimaki, I tried to include the context and explanation. Those two elements were important. So what I tried to achieve was contextualized explanation. So the purpose was to have a complex picture of codependency between digital transformation of business and clusters. I wanted to find out what elements of the cluster make them attractive during the fourth industrial revolution, and on the other hand, how those changes are impacting the cluster. So all those things we talked about, networking, digitization, robotization, how do they change the clusters? So how do clusters provide industrial commons, and how are they subjected to geographic and sectoral stretching? You cannot see it very well here, but this is an analytical scheme that is connected with another research that was done in another cluster, intelligent technical system. And this study allowed for providing an answer to this question about these codependencies. All the elements of this triple helix are necessary. They make the cluster attractive in terms of the implementation of Industry 4.0. Demand from business, from industry, appropriate administrative environment, and technology. So because of those elements, clusters are attractive. Digital transformation and its characteristics, that it promotes interdisciplinary approach, as it was already mentioned today. So because of all of that, those industrial commons, those shared competences need to be developed to promote innovativeness. We also need this holistic approach, cross-sectoral approach. So going outside the narrow specializations. Specificity of Industry 4.0 foster natural processes of geographic and sectoral stretching. It's connected with deconstruction of divides between particular sectors and as a result, the natural background, the competences of the cluster will be developed and strengthened. So during the digital transformation, clusters can become the providers of industrial commons and related variety, and they can be subjected to the process of geographical and sectoral stretching. In the case of HAV, the Hamburg Aviation Cluster, the industrial commons are developed not only by stimulating the network of contacts, but also by means of securing effective relations between particular entities. And as it appears, a lot of institutions see this and implement this triple helix idea. That means that all those environments that I talked about are actually involved, and quite a lot. Technological diversification, that is another element. Related variety is also visible here. The stretching processes, they have the aspect that is connected to geography and to sectors. That means opening to the outside world. An important part here is played by the main actor here, so Airbus, and the network of relations that Airbus has, but also some local activities are very important that are done by the cluster. Sectoral diversification and natural spontaneous initiatives and organized initiatives like co-cluster, cross-clustering, and that's what this region is famous for. As I mentioned, my study relied on particular protocols of coding, of abstraction, of conclusions. So this slide very synthetically shows empirically grounded co-evolution. So it describes each of those four main categories that were in the center of attention. As far as industrial commons are concerned, in the case of this cluster, we can really see that they should include the element that was talked about today. So the labor market, the skills, the ability to attract talents, qualifications, anticipating the future, the changes, all those things are very important. Cluster organization plays an integrating role here, and it's very important. Variety is another thing, and it's visible in all everyday operations. It's diversification within specialization and specialization in diversification on the other hand. It shows new areas of activities such as mobility, like city mobility, the vehicles, autonomous vehicles, sectoral expansion. These are both additive processes, so like new entities coming, but also multiplying processes, the spin-offs. And this diversification that happens thanks to sectoral expansion is seen as something very welcome, something that can ensure complementariness and competitive advantage. And geographic expansion. In the case of this cluster, this is entering the networks of connections. It must be sustainable, this expansion. It means it must be created by all members of the cluster. It must be a part of their strategy. It must be sustained and reduce the asymmetry, the differences between small and medium-sized enterprises. So these are the main conclusions as far as those four main elements are concerned. Clusters, as I heard in the conversations, and as I heard in the conversation, in the interviews I had, clusters are predestined to play the role of a manager of the process. They offer a wider perspective. They can speed up the process of digital transformation. There are many reasons for that. The breakthrough character and destructive character of the transformation on one hand, which, as a result of which a lot of entities are motivated to act together. Universal character of Industry 4.0 also helps different actors to cooperate. It's not just technology, but also the modification of business models. So this transformation is particularly important and possible to be implemented in clusters. I think my time is running out. It has already finished. So please sum up. So this was a case study, and it has its limitations. It's one cluster in the metropolitan area, but this research has value on the meso level, the cluster level, and it is the dynamic approach which sees clusters as structures that evolve and develop dynamically. More about that, I will be able to tell you more about that. I can send you my presentation. My research is connected with the available literature. The new industrial policy operates and it has to promote lockout and help us to avoid lock-in. So the policy of supporting the cluster should be very sensitive to the context, should account for the role of dominating entities, the interactions between entities, the specificity of the industry. Learning new things is important, but unlearning old things is also important. To sum up, I hope that this research helped to answer certain questions and to show the specific evolution of the cluster during the time of the digital transformation, and more research is still needed. Thank you, and I'm sorry for talking too long.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. That was presentation number 2 in our panel, and I see some independent sounds coming from the speakers. Now let's go to presentation number 3. The presentation will be given by Piotr Niedzielski, Professor Piotr Niedzielski from the Pomeranian Academy in Słupsk. He'll give a presentation about Herbarium Pomeranicum as the example of digitization in science. Thank you very much. I know I have 15 minutes and I'll try to stick to my time. Thank you very much for inviting me here, and I'm sorry I have to do it online, but I have different obligations that kept me from visiting the beautiful town of Białystok and its beautiful university. I always spend my time there very fondly. You're very hospitable. Now, when we take a look at Herbarium Pomeranicum as an example of digitization of herbs, herbaria, and I will explain what that is quite soon. And I've heard from previous speakers that digital data is fuel. It's a currency. It's the currency of today. And I tried to show you what the value of digital data is and its capacity for commercialization. And when we take a look at the digitization of different resources found in herbariums around the world, it's popularization of scientific knowledge. It allows people to popularize the knowledge found in different herbarium in our region, in Pomerania. And that will allow the use or reuse of these assets in different business processes. And our platform, Herbarium Pomeranicum, will provide access to over 500,000 items.
Przypisać jako narzędzie do.
So it is a tool to provide codified knowledge, which is quite easy to be given outside. As regards the project, Herbarium Pomeranicum, it is performed in cooperation of 3 universities and 4 herbaria, which are in the structures of those universities. 2 herbaria are located in Szczecin University, 1 herbaria in Gdańsk University, and 1 herbaria in the Pomeranian Academy in Słupsk. This is also an important element because these universities compete in certain areas, but here, as far as the herbaria are connected, we have co-opetition here. So they complement each other with their competences, and this was one of the sources of success. And thanks to that, we got the funds from Digital Poland operational program. A short introduction. What is a herbarium? Most often we think about a dried specimen of plants, and in our collections we have herbarium sheets which are more than 200 years old, and thanks to that we are able to show the plants that are extinct now. We can obtain DNA from them. We can tell how they got into the region. So herbaria provide a lot of knowledge. Western Pomerania is an interesting region, but in our collections we have not only plants from Pomerania, but also from other regions. I will show you that in my next slides. The aim of the project is digitization of nearly 500,000 herbarium sheets from those 4 herbaria. And thanks to making them available online, it will be possible to provide people with easier access to them, because so far it was very costly to have access into those collections. And the access was limited because you actually had to make an appointment and come to the brick and mortar herbarium. And now all those collections are available online without any major limitations. And what I mean by major limitations, I say without major limitations because I realized that not all stakeholders will get all the information they need, because, for instance, detailed geolocation details will be given only to scientists, because if we provided everybody with all information like this, that could pose a serious threat to those plants. So building the platform will provide all scientists from all over the world with access to those collections. And this is the intention of this herbarium, but also all major herbaria all over the world, which are also being digitized. Herbaria contain important information. They show what was the historical composition on flora and fauna, what is the they show the biodiversity of the region. They show the changes in the environment and which plants are endangered. As far as the functions of the herbarium are concerned, I can say that we decided, using the EU funds, we decided to go for this digitization. And thanks to that, the research conducted by Polish scientists will be widely available. I showed in the previous slides the history of some of those herbaria is very long. Even some of them are more than 200 years old. The Pomerania has been researched, studied for 150 years. Pharmacists did that, for instance. Then they collected the plants, they made notes where the plants were collected, by whom, and so on. All of this information is given in herbarium sheets. An important element is the preparation of herbarium sheets. After appropriate preparation, the sheets, if these are plants, then they are dried and glued to the sheets. Some other specimens are kept in containers. And one cell organism, single cell organism, are visible only through the microscope. So on those sheets that are digitized, we have all the information regarding a given specimen, so from which herbarium it comes, who collected it, when. All this information will be uploaded into the system, and which will make the searches easier. You have here the example, just a fun fact, one of the sheets. It comes from early 19th century. The plant that you can see here, it's cursed buttercup. It was collected by a German priest. He made such herbaria for schools, and you can see the description here. This is a translation that it's a plant that grows in marshes. It blooms from July to October. This is a poisonous plant. So the symptoms are described, and also some recommendations what should be done if somebody eats this plant. So this is one of the examples of an herbarium sheet that belongs to Darłowski herbarium. So we store such information. Here you have examples of herbarium sheets, which are not actually sheets, but they are kept in containers. It comes from Gdańsk, those that you can see. And another picture is the microscope picture of single-cell organisms that live in the water. When we drink water, we have such organisms in this water. It's very interesting, in fact, because based on them, we can know what minerals are in the water. Here, I want to show you scanning that we do. We adopted different solutions here, like machine learning. So the scanned sheets have this information like who collected, where, and so on, and it's in QR code. Now, if the scan operator had to do it by hand, that would take a lot of time. So thanks to machine learning, it was not necessary. Because we have to remember that it's 500,000 sheets. So even if scanning one sheet takes seconds, then if you multiply it by the overall number, then it's a lot of time. So thanks to those functions, we save a lot of time. When the servers, during the night, when servers work more quickly, we were able to do the scanning quite smoothly. Another thing, IT solutions. Our collections can be shown, made available to the whole scientific world through the internet. But we also cooperate with other databases like GBIF. We exchange information regarding geolocation, for instance. As far as IT solutions are concerned, we have huge amount of data, and we decided to put it into 3 different server rooms. We adopted a solution which allows for developing this project by including more collections from other herbaria. So we assumed that IT solutions must be scalable and it cannot be a solution that will be able to operate only on 4 herbaria, because we assume that there will be more herbaria joining in. So it was important for us that we have such IT solutions that will be able to process more information when necessary without necessity for any major changes. So we adopted the solution from Hewlett-Packard. And now with very small modifications, we're able to update the website, update the software, And we can very flexibly add more storage. Scans require a lot of storage space because it's very high resolution. And our solution allows for using pictures with lower resolution. But scientists, for research, they need high resolution pictures. And it's also available. As I mentioned, the system is supposed to ensure smooth communication through the internet and make it available to all interested users. It should allow also for efficient searches. As I mentioned, just for the search purposes, we can use low-resolution pictures, and only after we choose the sheet that we are interested in, we get a picture in high resolution. Here, cooperation with other stakeholders showed us that there are tools that we provide that are useful to other entities, like maps for different portals. It's important when different opinions are drafted, such as about the environmental impact report. And for those opinions, information can be found in our herbaria. So this is about, like what plants were in a given region, when, what are the invasive plants, and so on. Now, servers. There are 3 server rooms. The main one is the one in Słupsk. It cooperates directly with the server room in Gdańsk, and server room in Szczecin is a secondary one. And here, incremental backups are made. And we know that if there is a failure in Słupsk or in Gdańsk, we will still have the backup in Szczecin, and the herbarium would still be operating. As I mentioned, in all 3 server rooms, we adopted the solutions delivered by Hewlett-Packard Enterprise. Thanks to that, we can operate smoothly, but the most important thing is the flexibility of scaling and the possibility of development. So we'll be able to include more collections into our herbarium, of course, only in this digital version. So it's from Herbarium Pomeranicum to Herbarium Polonicum. That's the idea. Now, the advantages. First of all, availability of knowledge 24/7. Because it's automatic, operates through internet. We cut the costs and the time because this query process in particular herbaria is very time-consuming. and costly. Instead of that, you have online access to all the collections, so it's cheaper and faster. We also provide the possibility of preparing DNA samples. Certain collections include specimens which are 100 or 200 years old, and that's the additional value of those collections. We also assume that those collections can be used for didactic purposes, for teaching, for learning. We all remember the preparation of herbaria at school, when we were at school. I think that Herbarium Pomeranicum is an example of synergy. On one hand, synergy between 3 universities, because we complemented each other very much as far as our competences are concerned. We all represent academic circles, but our competences differed, and this picture also shows the creative thinking, the synergy, and that applies to entrepreneurs and scientists who will be able to use those collections in different ways, different new ways. An example of that is as follows. In Prague, the old pictures of Prague were digitized, and then those pictures were used to produce cartoons, a cartoon which was very successful. So I hope that these collections, our collections from Herbarium Pomeranicum, will be used by science on one hand, but also by business. And they will facilitate access to the achievements of Polish scientists who have huge contribution, and their knowledge is in those herbaria. If you have any questions to me, you are welcome to visit the website of our project. I hope I did not take too much time.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation. And now I'd like to give the floor and microphone to our next speaker, Dr. Filip Tużnik from the Warsaw University. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
In English, I will go on in this language. If there is, yes, thank you very much. If there is any need for Polish version, of course, no problem. I can easily show up with this Polish version as well. Actually, the topic is concerning our Polish economy, so it could be of use, this Polish version. Well, at the very beginning, I want to say big thank you for having an opportunity to be here, to take part in this conference. I found it very vital, not only because we can find some representatives of business and science here. What is also important is the idea of not linking economy 4.0 only with technology. Actually, I will not be talking about technology sensu stricte, but rather about management of science-business relations, as it is, of course, written. What I can say, Professor Ciborowski was one of the first people who have assessed my research, and well, actually, he found this research kind of an interesting, so I can assume you would find something for you as well. Yes, just as a starting point, this division that, or maybe again this information that was already told here, it is not only the technology that makes Economy 4.0 the topic, it is also the idea of how we manage it, and one of the topics is definitely yes, is definitely the idea of science-business cooperation. And if we talk about this topic, that definitely, again, the knowledge-based economy shows up. And, well, I treat it as kind of background for 4.0 economy. And from that perspective, of course, the Polish case looks to be most important. We know that there are a lot of projects that is aimed at enhancing this cooperation. Well, at the moment, Polish economy is at the place where we are just, we have just finished, or we have finished several years ago, maybe a decade ago, this process of transformation, now being a part of knowledge-based economies, or at least pretending to be or willing to be assessed as so. Our main goal at the moment is to catch up as fast as possible with the most developed economies. And of course, this topic of business science cooperation was actually just showed up at the very beginning of today's meeting. At first session, Professor Plavgo actually have said that these problems we do actually have these problems. There is still a lot to be done. It is the problem not only of cooperation, also of innovativeness of our economy. And it actually, well, this table, probably most of us know much about this information, or at least this indicator, the main indicator, innovation performance, due to European Innovation Scoreboard. Polish economy is assessed as, well, weak in this case. What I found even more important are two indicators showing us why this could be happening. So the first one, attractive research systems and linkages, well, those two indicators shows that, well, probably or maybe there is a possibility that it is actually because of these weak, not attractive research systems and weak linkages that we are not that innovative we would like to be. Of course, it is also about the question of how well prepared are those indicators. Okay, but if I go even further and try to find out any other such a summary, for example, Global Innovation Index, we would find it more or less similar. So, well, this is more or less our position, Polish position of how we are assessed in the field of our innovativeness. And, well, from assessing our linkages and attractiveness of research system as weak, well, it gives me gave me an inspiration to go on with this research even further and try to find out why it is so and what can we change, having in mind the opportunity to enhance, to boost these connections. And well, that was actually the starting point for the research on, well, as stated in the title, yes, so relations in business, science, cooperation. This is why I have assessed it as one of main issues concerning innovativeness of national, briefly speaking, economy. And of course, this is the topic of, it is kind of background for our discussion about 4.0, well, in this case, economy 4.0, but of course not only the technologies, not the technology 4.0, but rather the broader look on the economy 4.0, and that is why I found it interesting, and I will just want to show you some findings. At the very beginning, or maybe in a nutshell, about the summary. Well, there is seen a failure to catch up, to be to have the good utility of innovations of what is being found on our scientific units. The second information is the low efficiency of this cooperation, and if so, what to do. So in a nutshell, again, about my service, about my research program, it was service plus focus group interviews on the basis of meetings with representatives of many enterprises, scientific units. Sometimes even it was an idea to meet up with scientists and entrepreneurs that were involved in the same projects. So on this basis, I was trying to find out, both driving factors and barriers, and somehow decide or try to find out an answer on what shall be the way to go on and to have this cooperation on a higher level. Now, of course, a group interviews at the moment. So, yes, what are the main determinants of relations? Just not to lose this view. Of course, better relations in science-business cooperation, most of all, is assessed just from the perspective of knowledge transfer, information flow, research, and also resources exchange. But not only, it is also an opportunity to be more committed to relationship. And well, this is why these aspects are so crucial. And well, what is on the other hand, more connected with the topic of 4.0 economy is the idea of relational competences, and well, it is somehow emerging, or it is linked to the topic of 4.0 economy, and that from that perspective, of course, if these competences are on a higher level, then probably we would be having a chance to do this knowledge on a higher level. This knowledge, I mean, made cooperatively by scientists and entrepreneurs. Findings, just a little bit about the main results. So strong difference between how scientists and entrepreneurs assess this cooperation. It came to be known that it is not like well, if a scientist finds out this cooperation fruitful, that does not mean that entrepreneur has the same feeling. So that's the first idea. So it is of course possible to find out because I have reached PERS, so PERS Enterprise Science Unit. Whoops. Okay. Yes. So. Okay, so just the main issues then: trust and tight relationship as the basic stimulus of cooperation, but basic causes of troubles, areas of improvement. So inaccurate planning, poor level of knowledge extension, problem with transforming knowledge into innovation. That was the main issue that was found, and especially the third one, the problem with having good technologies, or at least from scientific perspective, and why are they not that keen on being transformed into innovation? Why it is that problematic to go on market with them. Now, of course, different approach to joint projects, especially felt by the entrepreneurs who actually have this competitive pressure on them, and I can hear that the time is pressing. That is why I will just go on. Okay, so still 2 minutes. I will also put some stress on the protection of recently developed knowledge. That is also kind of a different issue in scientific units, and enterprises that actually prefer to have this knowledge somehow patented, or just decide to have any kind of protection of this knowledge, while of course from the perspective of scientists it is much more faster way to just show up with a paper with this findings. Well, it is of course the main view. It differs from the unit to unit. Well, just to sum up several driving forces I would talk about that are to be found in enterprise scientific units, also in the background. So there are a lot of help. There is a lot of help from innovation centers, national and European support programs that actually made a stress to have such a cooperation just to get a grant. Of course, on the other hand, many barriers. I won't get deeper into these topics since the time is pushing, and I preferred to talk about main driving forces, but of course, if someone would find it interesting to go on with this discussion, I am open. And well, thank you very much for this presentation. As I have said at the very beginning, Polish version is also an option. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you. So those speakers who are here live have it harder because we can pressure them to keep the time. We have 2 more presentations. Let's make them brief, because the organizers say that you have a lot of things to see downstairs. So now it will be an online presentation from Professor Anna List from Gdańsk University and Alina Guzik, also from Gdańsk University of Technology, Innovations in the Digital Education Industry. Please stick to the time. Hello to everybody. We'll try to be brief. We will talk about innovations in EdTech. I cannot see the slides in front of me. I understand that you will see them. I would like the presentation to be seen. I would like to thank you for your invitation. I like coming to Białystok because the people are very friendly. Maybe I'm not objective because I am from Podlasie myself, but I'm really impressed with this conference. Very professional organization, and I'm really sorry that I can't be here with you in person. But I am in Valencia right now at the University of Valencia in Spain. Now, as regards my today's presentation, so together with Alina Guzik, we'll try to tell you about the development of EdTech and the specific character of the products that are created in this industry. First, we did a systematic literature research review to find out what is the status of research in this area, and we were really surprised with the result of this literature review because it appeared that in two databases, and Scopus and Web of Science, we found only about a dozen work regarding the management, which on one hand referred to EdTech, and on the other hand referred to planning and development of new products, so product innovations. So we found it appeared, as you can see in this chart that you have on the right, you can see very clearly that the interest in this area is not very big, and that's very surprising, seeing that this branch of industry is developing very dynamically in Poland and in the world. It's, of course, influenced by the pandemic situation, but not only. Now, I will give the floor to Ms. Alina Guzik, who is an expert in this field, and she has a lot of experience in developing EdTech products and has practical experience also, which she wants to use for scientific purposes. We would like to develop together methodology which would be strictly adjusted to EdTech projects. Now let me give the floor to Alina, who will tell you about this field and the specific character of those products. Hello. Can you hear me well? So hello, my name is Alina Guzik, and for 15 years I have been working in the EdTech. I am a product manager, product developer for different products that are present on the Polish market and in other countries as well. I have also worked as an R&D director. So in my scientific work, I deal with EdTech and the development of new products. I want to say a few words about this fascinating branch of industry. I can't change the slides, so could you, yes, thank you. So EdTech sometimes referred to as edutech, so digital education. It was born in the early 20th century when the first educational films were produced and teaching machines of Sidney Pressey. But the real birth of this branch of industry is 1998, when Wikipedia appeared. So EdTech is just 25 years old, so it's very young, but it has been developing very dynamically. Next slide. Why is this market so attractive? First of all, because of its size. So potential customers, users of EdTech products is over 1 billion students all over the world. But these are not only students who use educational products. All of us, we learn all the time. So that's plus 6 billion people older than 19. 60% of people all over the world have access to the internet, and 3.5 billion have their own smartphone. So the market is growing very quickly. In 2018, the global market for digital education was worth about $152 billion. And we expect that before 2025, this amount will have doubled. It's only 5% of the global spending on education. So the potential of this market is huge. EdTech market is not developing in the same way all over the world. The biggest interest is on American market and Asian market. China, for instance, has a huge growth potential for social reasons mainly, because a lot depends on the education for individuals. So nobody saves money on education. In Asian countries, we can see a lot of spending on after-school education. So, for instance, all the courses preparing students to take exams, which will let them get to good schools, get good jobs, and raise their status. The growth on the American market is caused by stimulation such as grants, projects on the regional level and state level. Now, the reasons for the growth of this market, first of all, coronavirus and this enforced remote learning. And it shows that one of the best stimulators of market development or market collapse, as we know. Moreover, the contemporary students, so Z generation and Alpha generation that is growing right now, digital natives, the people born after 2000, they do not function without technology. They put pressure, direct and indirect, on the development of EdTech products, and it happens whether we want it or not. The changes on the labor market. You can also observe the trends here. So the importance of informal education is growing. In IT, for instance, candidates are not asked about formal education, and candidates prove their experience by showing their portfolio and not by showing their degree or diplomas. In Poland, we have 109 university programs for first cycle and second cycle degrees that are offered online. Another stimulator of the market is the growth in the importance of technology. So digital education is cheaper, simply. and it refers to distribution and scaling. Bigger cost, bigger potential of the return on investment is a huge factor for the growth of this market. It is expected that this market will be growing because it will simply be cheaper and more profitable for everybody. So what type of products we have in EdTech? We have tens of thousands of EdTech companies. They keep mushrooming all over the world. They produce educational platforms, LMSs, and Moodle, which we all know, I think. They also produce tutoring platforms, like for learning English, educational content, like video lectures, all kinds of interactive activities, games, to learn mathematics, for instance, mobile apps, e-learning courses. There are more and more of them. Multimedia, interactive manuals, tools to activate students like Quizlet, maybe you're using it in your lectures. Online exams, VR, AR solutions. That's very trendy recently. But also hardware such as interactive boards or 3D printers. Polish EdTech companies, and there are more and more of that, which I'm very happy about, produce mainly educational games and apps, so some solutions for learning programming and business solutions, like for training employees. Corporations develop digital products so that employee training is cheaper than in traditional settings. The most popular Polish EdTech solution is Brainly. Students ask questions there regarding homework and the community gives answer. This is like a virtual friend who helps you to do your homework. Brainly claims that they handle 350 million users every month. And this is huge success of our native product that we should be proud of. Next slide, please. Let's look at unicorns. All over the world, we have 32 EdTech unicorns, so worth more than $1 billion. On the American market, we have such solutions as Udemy, Udacity, Coursera, informal e-learning courses. It shows that institutional education is undergoing a very serious transformation. It's happening under our eyes. On the Asian market, we have such companies, Marketplace. It's a platform to learn English, which brings together native speakers, teachers from all over the world, and Asian students. And it really fascinates me that it's often that you make a lot of money, not on some breakthrough products, but innovative business models. And for intermediation in the sales. As a consultant, I often get a question, what should I invest in? And I always say business models and to be the middle person, because that's where the money is. A lot of products, EdTech products, follow social trends and industry trends. We should mention here the development of e-learning and video-based learning and micro-learning. So that's dividing educational content into smaller modules. Extended reality and personalization, that's more. So that means providing individuals with the content they need. That supports the process of personalization of learning. And edutainment, this is education entertainment. There's a very well-known app for English learning, Duolingo. The number of EdTech companies and startups is huge, but not all of them are successful. So according to some studies, almost 90%, about 90% of products fail during the first year of being launched. And it refers also to EdTech, and it's even more difficult, in fact. The sources of financing on this market are very complicated. Simply speaking, it's very hard to get money, to get the funding. EdTech products can be compared to octopus. They need to have a lot of arms, so a lot of features they have to meet. They have to have really high quality to be successful on the market. EdTech products has to be efficient didactically. They are often designed by a company that comes from software environment. They were founded by ex-software engineers, developers, and very often they do not do their basic task. They do not help in learning. And simply they do not survive on the market. Another quality is that is the correctness. The scientific environment is very strict about that. Teachers who use EdTech products, they risk their reputation. If the product has mistakes, then they will lose their reputation and they will never use them again. EdTech products must be compatible with the educational law. A good stimulator here is the law then for the development of this market. For instance, an act is passed, a regulation, based on which the teachers are obliged to provide psychological counseling at school. So the law is passed in June and teachers should start provide such counseling in September. So EdTech produces products to help in that, and they get very good money from local budgets. Another important quality is utility. We should remember that the products which help to take the final exams in secondary school will always be more attractive than the products developing soft skills. Even if we want it to be otherwise, utility is the most important and this down-to-earth approach. EdTech products should also account for readiness to technology. I've seen some products which were dedicated to schools, were great, but they did not account for the fact that there was no fast internet at school and they could not be used in practice. Those products should also account for the skills of the users, and a lot of them failed because they did not account for the fact that the process of adopting new tools among teachers takes a long time and needs additional support. The companies which launched those products, they did not take care of that, and then they did not survive this period during which teachers or other users had to learn about this product and start to applying them. EdTech products should be attractive and visually. It's very important because we often see the products which are very good in terms of content, but simply ugly, and they are not used. Because of that, they do not sell well. And that's the only reason why for failure, because not enough importance was attached to making this product look good. And what's very important, EdTech products should have compromise between the needs of all stakeholders, and there are a lot of stakeholders on this market. That's why they are so important. We have to remember about students, parents who make decisions, about teachers or directors of schools, Ministry of Education, lawyers, who will make sure that the products are compatible with the law. There are a lot of stakeholders on the educational market, and we must cooperate with all of them. The question is, does the science catch up with practice in EdTech? Well, I'm sorry to say that the teams developing new products based on their own intuition, and they act based on trial and error.
Z Rotwella nie są wystarczające.
Also, new generation models, such as open innovations, still needs more precision. Because of this, I work on the development of new product, and I want to develop a product that will be comprehensive and useful.
And what I want to prevent is reinventing the wheel. Now, that's the final words for my presentation, and thank you very much on my behalf and on behalf of my colleague. And I would like to thank you all for listening to our presentation, and I really hope that for the next conference in Białystok, I'll be present in person with my colleague to present the results of our research. And if you find our research interesting and want to establish some form of cooperation, here are our email addresses, and please go ahead and don't hesitate to contact us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, because we are quite behind in our schedule, this was the last presentation in session A. And the organizers need to come up with a solution to do the final session. Now, well, there were a lot of interesting presentation, and we need to, kind of postpone our schedule. But we don't have any time for a Q&A session. We can do that during the coffee break, and you can ask the two persons that were here on site, in fact, and you can talk with them, and we can all go downstairs because there's an interesting presentation of something quite interesting. Thank you very much.
Raz, dwa. Dzień dobry Państwu na kolejnej sesji pierwszego dnia konferencji Wyzwania w zarządzaniu w gospodarce 4.0.
So I would like to welcome you at our next panel session with practitioners. We're starting our last session today, cherry on the top for today. So it will be good to see how those theoretical approaches are, what do they look like in practice? What is it like in the green region here in Podlasie? We are in a green room, yes. I want to welcome everybody, not only here in this green room, but also those of you who are with us online. So in our green region, what is it like for the companies? How do they function? And finally, how to finance that so that it's even better. So to start with, we will have the CEO of Samash company, and he will tell us how to make a global monster, please forgive me the term, from a family company. I will tell you a few words about Samash at the end, but now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Sławomir Dobrzański. So, hello to all of you. Cherry on the top. I heard today I've been called different things like good coffee after a good meal or good aperitif before a good meal, and today I'm cherry on the top. Okay, I hope I will meet to those expectations, and I will set the ground to other speakers. So, to start with, well, there will be some questions, some answers. I don't know, more questions or more answers? You're welcome to ask questions as well, and I will try to answer that. Can we create the future? It's a tricky question and not at the same time. Theoretically, yes, but what is future, in fact? We can look at it from different angles. Future, tomorrow. So creating tomorrow, we're creating it today or not? The best answer is tomorrow is today, but tomorrow. So when we get up tomorrow, it will be today, and we'll be thinking, what's the difference? The most important, I think, is that the basic difference is to separate tomorrow from tomorrow and today from today. This is our imagination. Future belongs to imagination, Albert Einstein said. And there's no better saying. I would also add, after Walt Disney, if you can imagine something, you can do it. And here we have Samash, who was a company who was created 38 years ago. So we've been on the market for 38 years. By one person it was created, engineer Andrzej Stolarski, who had a vision. His main goal was to meet the expectations of his clients, and that was his motto. It has been leading him until today. He's the CEO of the company, although he is over 70 years old, but he's still going strong. Now, over 1,000 employees right now. He started from 2 employees. After 38 years, we have 1,000. 30% also working in cooperation. 10,000 machines are produced each year, and Antoni start from one product per year. We have over 300 models of machines, and these are hay handling machines and municipal machines, but we don't have the one we started from, so there has been a change. A certain vision was realized, and this was the answer to the question about the needs of the market. We have over 50 export markets. The moderator called us a global monster. Is this a monster really? Well, I don't know. We have certain challenges and we're trying to meet them. 3 hectares of manufacturing space, and we're still growing. We started from one rented garage somewhere in Białystok, well hidden. So this is like the American dream in Polish version in Poland for Polish money in the Polish reality of the 1980s. Well, you know what I'm talking about. So, yeah, you're not so old, but you know what it used to be like. I don't have to talk about that. So we have been developing constantly for many years. You can see it here on this chart. What is important, interesting for me, is that we are developing, we're investing, we're changing. In 2018, this was the start of a new story. That's the place where we are right now, as a modern factory. And despite some difficulties with adjusting to this new place, that there were a lot of changes, we moved forward and we're still developing, we're creating new things. Now those changes and everything happening around us, does it affect us in a positive way or not? It's hard to answer that question, but there's always something that we do not expect. There's always something that impacts the change. So far, we have been living in the world that was theoretically constant, like we know what everything, you know, what was supposed to happen. And then something appeared, like Albert Einstein say that something came, did its thing, and suddenly there was a new situation. These were black swans of the recent years. COVID-19, as we know, the blockage of the channel and the recent tragedy happening under our very eyes. We're living in interesting times, as the Chinese say, the war, of course. So it leads to changes. The prices have increased and all the companies have been affected. Now, on our market, there has been an increase in the price of raw materials. So on one hand, we have to provide the client with what they need for the price they need, but then it appears that we can't really get it. So black swans, have we had them before in history? And we have the answer from the ancient times. Historia magistra vita est. History is the teacher of life. And I'm sure that you have heard those words. Mathematics and physics have chosen certain quotations from the past that were important for them. Chemistry, the same. Physics and biology. I asked the question, what is the most important lesson we've learned from history? Where are we all going? In my opinion, yes, there is such thing. Each of you could say, I have my own quotation, and me too, and that's my quotation.
My favorite quote is that not the strongest, not the most intelligent species that survive, but those which adapt to changes best. And that's, I think, reflected in Samash's history, and other businesses too. There were businesses which were operating, cooperating, or like Portuguese ships. They sunk because they tried fighting something that's inevitable. And we have to ask ourselves, is it worth it? Well, I don't know. We have to look at what humanity has been doing throughout all of its history. It's been adapting to changes. Now, how do we adapt to changes? What do you associate with the photo? Is it something special? Is it something regular? No, it's not. Today, we see a person working at their desk, at their home. We had video conferences. We had a lady connecting to our conference from Spain, I think, or Austria. And we have a lot of different equipment that you can pack in your handbag and work from whatever you want. The computers that we have today, they're tools that were something unimaginable to people who in the 1960s sent a man to space, to the moon. And they had computers that we can buy today for a dime. So we're adjusting because we're trying to catch up to technology that's changing all around us. But what's not really the most terrifying, but the most visible fact is that the changes in technology around us, AI, all the sensors, all the data analysis, computing, and so on, they all try to chase or even run away from all the things that are happening around, even business, because business is doing, well, as best as it can. Technology is caught up best by individuals, because one of the presentations by my previous speakers said that today we're not looking really at a person's education, but how well he adapts to new things on the market, to market demand. And I think this is well presented on this picture. We have startups created by people or with people who are thinking with an open mind to changes. And I think we could actually summarize that companies or state institutions, state institutions are still facing a lot of challenges all over the world. Now, Samash, as a company, as a team of people, we asked ourselves the question that if there are these black swans, there always have been and there always will be. If there is Industry 4.0, a buzzword that everybody's talking about, if there are new technologies, well, what's our idea to continue developing, to continue growing? What direction should we grow? What for, and for who should we grow? And I remember a cartoon. It was called the Thoughtful Dobromir, who had a light bulb, and we had this light bulb moment as well. Because, well, this solution might seem now quite intelligent, quite obvious, because we came up with an idea that, well, smart factory is something that will help us to implement our strategy, to make it a reality. And it's nothing else than providing our clients with the products they need at the time they need, and in a way they need it. And in fact, we've laid down our strategy in 3 key pillars, and that's the smart factory or our digital transformation program. And it rests on these 3 pillars: innovative technology, digitization, and IT systems, which create capacity, effectiveness to respond to the demands of our clients in a better way. Because today we're creating products, we're developing services, and we're responding to the needs of our customers. Can we do it better? Sure we can. And that's why we need those pillars. And these pillars help us to increase our effectiveness by helping us to adapt to changes. And that brings us back to Darwin. Our main driving force is technological innovation. And I think this is the buzzword mentioned by all our speakers today, because technology is constantly running away from us and we're trying to catch up. Should we be afraid of it? No, we shouldn't. Technology is meant to serve us, not the other way around. And through technological innovation, we are doing our best to maintain best quality we can, to have repeated processes. And to achieve that, we need automation. Automation is necessary because today human capacity are, well, they can be quite exhaustive. But we know that we have fewer hands available, especially in certain jobs. Certain jobs are becoming extinct, but there are new jobs created every day. So that's why we need to constantly replace those jobs that are becoming extinct with automation to respond to the needs of the future. And that's what technology is at Samash. Samash is our driving force. And we've been placing our bets on technological innovation in many aspects. And I'll just quote a few examples. Many companies in our industry depend on welding, and we need a lot of welders. And to be frank, there are fewer and fewer skilled welders on the job market. So we're trying to respond to that shortage, and we're trying to develop automated welding. Great. We can't really have experienced welders from the labor market, but we need people who are able to operate welding machinery. And another example, during the last 2 years or so, we've had one of the most technologically advanced painting stations in Poland. And it was almost fully automated, but it had to be loaded by hand. So all the pieces that were painted there required these pieces to be hung by hand and then removed by hand. So this posed a challenge. Shall we maintain the current level or go higher? So that's what we decided to automate painting. We changed a full shift at work and now applying it in specific and realistic solutions. As I was called before by the moderator of our conference, the cherry on top, that's the biggest element here. So we have loading, unloading of finished pieces from our warehouse, including the separation of those items that will not be utilized anymore in the future. But that helps us to having with this fully automated warehouse, it works 24/7, no matter the time of day. And it's, yes, unfortunately my time is coming to an end, but in these 3 projects we've connected very different fields that constantly serve to improve our work. And in terms of IT systems, they are used to eliminate limitations and improve our human capacity. Because without that, our efforts would be kind of wasted, I think. So we have a lot of different interconnected systems to make our life easier. And we know that we'll be using additional, more advanced systems like PLM. So product lifetime management. Now we can transfer certain files by hand from one system to another, but what we aim is to have a fully automated system from transferring data files from one system at one location, process it and as many times as we can, and not double information to move it to a different necessary location. And I think that there's also quite an important system is a low-code solutions, where if we need to develop something and the producer of a machine didn't think about this, we're going to go around the system to finally achieve our end goal. And finally, 80% of a success of an IT system depends on the people. And even though that the IT instrument is 50% of the cost of a solution, that's not really fully reflected on what the human factor is. The humans here are important, and that's what we're placing our bets on. Now, digital twin, that was also something that was mentioned earlier, and like I said, I just wanted to say that an image is worth more than 1,000 words, and that's what digitization is. Digital world and the real world, we need to find solutions to connect these. And the architecture that we've implemented is based on developing a 3D model of our factory. We can use AR, VR solutions to visualize our factory. We can visualize all the data from our machinery. So we don't use any manual transfer of data, but we accumulate data in a single location, so we can develop new layouts, more effective layouts, more human-friendly layouts, and most importantly, more client-friendly layouts. Now, this brings us back to the title of my presentation, Smart Factory. Is it the road to Industry 4.0? And in fact, Smart Factory is the road to implement our strategy. Now, if somebody asked me, where would Samash be if the world changed? We have Industry 1.0, 2.0, we have 4.0. Now there's talk about Industry 5.0, so that integrates human and sustainable development and machines and one. Now, the question is, will we be similar to the film Surrogates? I recommend that film if you haven't seen it. Or will we be similar to Dan Brown's vision in The Beginning, his famous novel? Well, if not, we'll all have our avatars. And that's the final takeaway from our presentation. And if you're here tomorrow, please visit us, our factory, during the study visit in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for very inspiring presentation from a scientific and practical point of view. And thank you for sticking to the time, more or less. And I would like to ask other speakers also to do the same. Yes, 15 minutes max, because we also have organizational information regarding tomorrow and then a dinner. So we heard about a company which has mass production, and now we will hear about low volume production in Promotech. Welcome to the floor.
Dzień dobry, witam serdecznie, Artur Zawadzki, Promotech.
Hello, welcome everybody. You have seen what future can be like, and we went in a different direction a little bit. We're a company that produces a lot of different products in very low series. On average, it's 30 items. We were wondering which way to go, and we decided that in the process of changes that we started in the 1990s, once we started the company, we've been on the market for 35 years. From zero to hero it was, also in our case. We started from garage production, and now we have daughter companies, we have branches and so on. So what do? We have several product lines. Our core business is the drilling machines on magnetic base. It's niche production used in the industry. Here we compete mainly with German manufacturers. Another area is beveling. Here we have bevelers of different kinds, auto feed plate, auto feed double-sided, and so on. And we compete with German companies here.
Now, the next field where we're specializing is welding. We're trying to implement small automated welding or light automated welding. And here we have welding carts, welding tractors, which, for instance, can be used for welding and cutting pipes. For instance, in gas pipes and oil pipes and so on. Apart from that, we have also big welding systems such as columns or boom systems, but we're also in the sector of cutting machinery. And in fact, we're the sole global producer of MCM, that's a 5-axis cutting machinery, and that's a machine that, for instance, can be used for wind turbines. Now, what's special about our production? As I mentioned earlier, we're producing low volumes, and there's a lot of expectation for the future in our business because we're the only company that is actually responding to the full demand with our production volume. So we're producing machines that are required both only, for instance, in heavy machinery, producing production halls, shipyards, and even the military. So we have quite a wide range of products, and it's very difficult to standardize our products. And in terms of deliveries, well, the market requires fast deliveries, fast supply to their end clients, but it's because the products that we provide are quite advanced. It requires quite a lot of know-how. Now, we respond to clients who don't want to order a whole pallet of products, but a single piece. And in terms of several machines that we offer only basic versions, which are quite standardized, but we've never happened to sell two identical products. So we produce non-standard items. And as I mentioned earlier, this required quite a lot of digitization, like Sławek said before. And when we look at the history of the 4.0, well, CADs and CAMs were introduced in the 1990s. And before that, most people worked in paper. And our goods now, through dealerships, go to clients all over the world, and they are exported all over the world. And it's very difficult to communicate on paper with these clients. So we had to contact our clients, contact our dealers electronically. In 2008, we had a first robot, a welding robot, which is even used today in our daughter company. I'm pretty sure they are making products for Samash also. And later on in 2013, we've transferred to the cloud. And since for a couple of years, we haven't had any servers at our locations, we've completely transferred to the cloud. And this allows us to transfer data, to analyze data, and we've started dealing with big data because some of the machines that we offer are very useful and friendly for dealers, because when we take a look at the automation of work, servicing, we can download all the data that's available for the machine. For instance, in what conditions it worked, what kind of parameters it worked on. And in 2015, we've introduced AI planning, we have a system called ADS that was a very big shift in our company. It kind of changed our organization because I can laughingly say that since 2015, the production planners are not planning production anymore. In 2017, we had a first fully automated production line, which is connected to the internet, and if something broke down, the machine immediately sent information to maintenance crews, and they could access online the information that was necessary to fix it. And later changes were also quite significant because they provided IT maintenance and service departments to access machines, to have full access to their information. And today, when there's need of servicing of a machine, well, the maintenance crews don't need to go to the machine directly, but they can access all types of information digitally. In 2020, we've already had several different systems, several different automation systems in place, and well, it makes it really hard to download data. And in 2020, we've decided to implement a Power BI system. And tomorrow, during the visit at Promotech, perhaps some of you will be there. You'll be able to see how all the data, all different types of data that are available in our company are accessible. We can see what the production output is. We can see production capacity losses and so on. This is a slide, and these pictures show you the images from the cameras that are placed at our production station. Well, I tried to connect it live to the robot and show you that this robot is in fact doing some work. But 4.0 also entails lack of connectivity sometimes. Now, this is a job that is being done, an order that's being performed on the machine. We see that we don't have what the current production is, so we don't have any production planners at our company. The system itself decides what the operators are doing when they arrive at work. And the system contains all the necessary information about the skills possessed by the operator and the jobs that need doing. And the system, once again, knows and tells the operator what jobs they need to do. Now, the system is smart enough that when we have, for instance, certain jobs that there are certain shortages, the system can actually restart additional jobs to make up for the shortage. And that's pretty funny, but well, yeah. And the production planners, if they worked at our company, they would be quite overweight because they wouldn't do any walking around the factory floor at our company. Now to show you the next screen, that's Smooth Monitors. It's a system that collects data from different machines. And, well, again, it's not really available at the moment, but I'll try to do it again. But if we're not able to connect, you have to believe me that, well, this is connecting live, and we can see that if we can actually verify if the machine is working, whether a certain guard door is open or so on. If I also mentioned Power BI, well, this one is working, and this one shows the logistics department. We see live information about what kind of shipments have left our factory, what kind of delays we have, and so on and so forth. But that's just an example screen with no unauthorized data, but we can monitor everything. our monthly goals, our annual goals, KPIs, and so on and so forth. We can see what kind of costs we're suffering, what kind of different types of data that are available here. And this screen also shows all the systems that are implemented at our company. And we've decided to connect everything in a single unit, let's say, because we see that all our managers and all our many people in our staff have the access to PBI with KPIs, and they can access these systems on their smartphones. And to be honest, today I'm using my smartphone more often than the computer to monitor production. Now, practically we've smoothly went to single piece production, and we've made our production efforts more flexible, and we're responding to market expectations very well. And please believe me that in our line of business, if somebody wants a standardized machine, well, it's never standardized. We always adjust it to what the clients need. And like I mentioned earlier, all our core competitors operate on a single line of business, and we're working right now in 4 and soon in 5 different fields of business. Now, I can say that we have numerous clients, and data also shows it. But if we see the systems that we've implemented, we're not producing to order, but we're assembling to order. So that means that we're not producing anything that's not necessary at the moment. And that also responds greatly to the needs that are reported by our clients. And we also suffer certain difficulties, certain challenges, like Sławek mentioned earlier in his presentation, but we've managed to decrease the production time from 100 days to 30 days. And our data is available live 24/7, and soon, in a few days perhaps, our planning system will be able to receive data directly from our machinery. So it's going to improve our production planning system. Now, all the technology data, which is essential if we want to increase our productiveness, increase our efficiency, this data needs to be available online. And there's no problem with identifying all the areas that need improvement. And in fact, the transformation, the shift to digitizing data is absolutely convenient, both for production planners, for managers, but also for people responsible for technology, because they are able to verify what the status is in developing certain pieces. And the previous speaker said that they're going to have a PLM system, and we want to do that too, because that's the single element that we lack right now to connect all these systems and have a very top of the line example of digitization. Well, we also have very accessible data. We have no qualms against letting operators to use the touch screen to access any data. If we ask anyone at our company if they wanted to return to the situation that was present at our company before 2015 without the data and so on and so forth, well, nobody wants to go back to that time. It's more convenient for the operators to know that what kind of jobs they have. Automatically, they don't get difficult jobs because, well, they're on bad terms with their production supervisors and so on and so forth. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for my presentation. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We have heard about the experience with implementing 4.0 industry solutions in Promotech, and I'm now inviting Mr. Jarosław Kozak from Technology Applied, and who will help us to understand 3D printing. Hello, everybody. Yeah, that's me. I will talk about 3D printing and about our company, Technology Applied. It used to be a startup not such a long time ago, and we made items per order by means of 3D printing. And I'm going to talk about SLS technology because mostly we think about printers that you see on TV, that there is a machine driving around and it's making a vase. It's not true. And in fact, it is destructive for the whole industry because those printers, well, these are not really printers that we use and that are used by the industry. What we do is the powder bed fusion. It's huge and it has quite a different mode of operation. So the material, polyamide in powder, it's placed on the workstation within layers. The shape is created, then another layer is put. It's like as if we cut out a shape from paper and then piled them one on each other, and that's how it's made. And in this case, or maybe I should first say a few words about this machine. I have a pointer here. Yes, can I show it? So we have the chambers with the material, working chamber. Here's the chamber where the table is lowered. And in this place, we have the chambers where the material is put. So that's the working chamber from the perspective of production preparation. So we can prepare the elements, items all at once, one on top of the other, because it's all in the form of the powder, and the powder which is not used comes back into the system. So what's our advantage thanks to that? Well, you have the technologies FDM, SLA, SLS. FDM, we have the layers. You can see the support material that have to be detached. And the layer that was once put, and then the next one is applied, and they are not fused together in the same way as it is in SLS. Because in SLS, the top layer fuses the 7 other layers together. It's just the same as the details made by means of injection method. So I wanted to show you what industrial 3D printing is. Now, who needs that? Is it revolution or evolution? What is really, what is that, 3D printing? We have heard a lot about this in popular materials, like you have heard many times that everything is possible and that it's very cool. It's not really so. Is it expensive or cheap? Is it fast or slow? Is it revolution or evolution? Expensive or cheap? Well, this and that. Both. All those who say that 3D printing is cheap are wrong a little bit. Promotech is one of our clients. They know how to use 3D printing. The situation is that in the injection technology, it's hard to start. You need time, money, because the cost of producing tools is high. And because of all of that, the cost of one detail is very high if there are a few details. But if you produce more of them, the cost is lowered. So if we make an injection mold for 60,000, we have designed it, prepared the tooling and so on, and then each detail costs 80 groszy only. In 3D printing, it's different. We start from the amount per cubic centimeter, and this is a linear value. It means that the detail, which costs in this case 21 zloty, it will cost 21 zloty, and the third and the 100th and so on will also cost the same. So if I lower this price to give a discount to a company, then it costs me the same, the production of this. So I can lower the margin because the client gave a big order, but I do not, and I want to give this discount to the client, but not because the cost of manufacture is smaller. So the necessity, the differences here between 3D printing and injection molding. The mold that was made once produces the same detail all the time. Now, if we have to change the detail, then it gets complicated. So we have invested in the injection mold and we need to use it. In 3D printing, it's quite different. The detail can look like this one day, a different way the next day. The flexibility of engineers, of constructors, is quite different here. Now, time-consuming process of production preparation, but a low price for per detail in mass amounts. That's we can start work immediately. That means that it takes us 2 up to 5 working days to deliver the product. So sometimes we get an order on Friday and the client gets the product on Monday. And there are some minimum construction limitations. Now, fast or slow? Both also, again. Why fast? Why slow? In 3D printing, we start fast because we can start immediately, but the process of printing is slow. So the more details we have, the more time it takes, because the process does not speed up. In injection molding, it's quite different. First, we need to devote a lot of time to prepare the tools and the process, and then the process is very fast, 30, 40 seconds. So that's the opposite. Again, depending how much time we have, it decides whether it's profitable or not to use 3D printing. Okay.
Now, I just want to also give you an example why it's not really fair to compare these two processes, but how they depend on time in terms of boring. Well, we have 24 minutes to set up the machine. Then we take 11. It takes 11 minutes to to produce. It's 5.5 hours, and 580 is what is in the cost. In terms of 3D printing, setup only takes 90 minutes, and there's actually no additional cost, no additional time required. Full production time is 6 hours, 25 minutes. And if you only produce one piece, it's 208 zlotys. Now, is this a revolution or is this evolution? And why is this approach not really fair? Well, if we talk about boring, we can have a very, very detailed elements. For instance, first we drill and then we bore. Now, in terms of 3D printing and how it relates to injection molding, it's a great supplement in industry. For instance, if we have injection molding, and then we have those cooling channels where the material goes into it when it's ingested, then we need to cool the material. But today, we can actually develop cooling channels in a better way. We can 3D print them, which improves the production process by 70%. And that makes 3D printing increase conventional production processes. And what the problems with SLS production are, well, I'll try to be brief. Well, there are different disfigurations here, like twist disfiguration. Why I'm showing you this? This 3D printing is not an ideal technology without any defects, but I'll be talking about certain defects that are quite also common in injection molding. Warp defects, where we see that there was too much thermal energy applied. Different deformations in different axes, where, for instance, once the pieces cool down, they kind of they get a different shape in different types of axes. So this is not something that you need to learn and memorize by heart, but yeah, dimensions and repeatability. For instance, when we have the temperatures in the operating chamber, we have, of course, rises of temperature. At the bottom of the chamber, temperature is lower than at the top. So there's a combined thermal impact on the pieces that are machined inside our production chamber. So that also is because we produce different pieces at the same time next to each other. Because if we only produced a single piece in the chamber, we could adjust these very different elements like humidity, temperature, and so on and so forth. But if we are able to produce different elements at the same time, different pieces at the same time, it kind of makes it difficult to adjust all the parameters and all the pieces here. Now, what are the new possibilities of 3D printing, and what's the best application for this technology? It makes it possible to personalize production, customize production. And if we talk about customization in industry, well, we see certain elements that here in this production line, all these elements were 3D printed. And this is a beverage production line. For instance, if this beverage company has a contract, for instance, on producing water, they have adjusted everything from the bottle shape to the bottle size. And then the marketing department as well, we need to change the bottle shape. And the production lines guys say, well, we have to change everything, the pushers, the sliders, the rollers, and so on and so forth. And for instance, in the past, this would be impossible to do these changes. But today, we can modify certain elements of these production line on a day-to-day basis. Now, if we look at the pieces on the topology, we can create shapes that are impossible to produce by any other means. Now, this is something that's produced in order to inject oil to have shiny dumplings. And this is something that is used to supply a small amount of oil on the dumpling, so it's shaped, it's shiny, And this is 3D printed, and it costs around 20 euros. Now imagine that was done by injection molding or boring. This would be impossible. And this is another interesting application in terms of weight. This is a subsidized product that's produced for a company called Bluetooth Solutions. It's producing electronics for satellites, and the cost of transporting 1 kilogram of equipment to the orbit is 13,000 euros. Now, if we know that it's so expensive, we see how important it is to reduce the cost of transportation materials. And we see that by using 3D printing and this mesh structures, the detail is, the specific piece is slightly less durable, but it's a lot lighter. Now, 3D printing presents also new possibilities. This is a grabber, and this specific piece has different connections to pneumatic systems and so on and so forth, but we need to 3D print all these different components so that the grabber can work. And on the right you can see the same piece 3D printed as a single piece. So that's a completely new concept, and these walls, they can expand, they can contract, and this is actually something we've been doing for Nestle. And this is a very interesting application of 3D printing. We didn't do it, but this is 3D printing in steel. And this is a manifold for transporting oil, and I think it was used in the agriculture industry, and it completely reduced the weight of this piece. It used to, using conventional method, it weighed 30 kilograms, but when it's 3D printed, it's only 5.5 kilograms. And all the pipes in the manifold were 3D printed. So that makes it a lot more ergonomical. Consolidation. For example, producing these pieces requires 1 to 5 components, at least 5 components. And on the right, you can see the same finished piece, the same end piece, just 3D printed as a single element. And there's another quite interesting example you can see in the Technical University in Białystok. There is a Cerberus buggy for racing, and there's air inlets that were also 3D printed by us. This is a small sample of our clients. We have Pilkington, which produces soldering elements. We have our military industry like PGZ. We have ABB Electronics, WB Electronics. We have been authorized to produce pieces for the military industry in the US, so that's why we have Lockheed Martin between us. We have Krosno and other businesses, and quite recently we've been a startup. We're not a startup anymore. We're a small company that was built from scratch, and the fact is that our market, it's only going to increase. It's going to be constantly increasing, and we need to respond to the market needs. So we have to react quickly, react flexibly to, and I see that my time is coming to an end. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have just heard how to do it, how to implement that, 3D printing solutions and all the technologies, but you don't know what it is about. Then it's about human resources, and human resources as important as technology, by Krzysztof Toczydłowski from Talk Automatica. Thank you for invitation. So I will be standing here to see my presentation because I can't see it very well from this spot. So there are three, in fact, subtitles in my presentation. And we have already used this presentation at different meetings. So what I'm going to talk about, training for Industry 4.0. And the phrases, the key phrases that I'm going to use, and I can start with, is smart education for the industry of the future. Smart here, it means based in reality and well thought over, with conclusions drawn from what was in the past. Vocational education in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, so it should be different than it was before, and human resources as important as technology. So what's happening here in general? Industry 4.0 is well known to everybody, but not everybody knows that there is also education 4.0. So such an initiative appeared because we needed to find solutions to four main problems that we have come across during the times of the fourth industrial revolution. The first thing is the staffing needs of the industry of the future. So digitization, new technologies, they come together with new requirements as far as the skills, the competences of workers are concerned. People have to work in under new conditions, and they have to be productive, more productive than before, actually. The next thing is the new realia of digital education of the new generations of young people. Not everybody accepts the fact that education has to work in the field that is really human-centric, and we're working with young people, but not only young people, but those young people have been brought up in quite a different way. They have different approach, different knowledge, different skills, and also a different approach to their education and training is needed. Identification of the potential and reserves of the current educational process, that's the third element. So without new investments in the machines and so on, thanks to Internet of Things, we can be more productive in industry, and the same must be done in education. And the fourth element, new methods of education by means of making students interested. So those methods are entering education. That means that the own initiative of each person, each student, should be released. Now, where do we come from? First of all, we should be aware of one thing. Vocational training, not only in Poland, has two layers. The first one is in the national system of education, the schools, we all know. But there is another channel, and that is the industrial channel. And there, the suppliers of technologies train the recipients of those technologies. So on the level of manufacturing, on the level of the factories, and we are in this area. We started the training in CNC technology. We, in cooperation with Siemens, we specialized on numeric CNC machines, and we created a systemic solution. It's called Expert CNC Industrial, 2012. 2012 because there was the first public presentation of this system, and we got a gold medal at the first in Kielce, because at that time it was a very innovative solution, the only such solution on the market, and it allowed for implementing new technologies in industry. We migrated this solution, Expert EI 4.0, to vocational training. And we did one more thing. Maybe you noticed on the slide, we brought those two layers closer. So one systemic approach, one solution serves both the vocational training at schools in this formal setting, all kinds of vocational training cells of all levels, and also industrial training in the companies. And we wanted one universal solution for this. So thanks to that, we achieved modernity, efficiency, and effectiveness of training. The training module in industry cannot be longer than 3 days. That's the maximum that the workers can be on the training, because the companies can afford that, but not more than that. We achieved compatibility between schools and factories, because we went out of the factories and went to schools. Not to get into details, by during 14-15 years, we have been developing those solutions. We have been using the most advanced technologies that appeared on the market. Digital technology, processing, data processing, etc. We had it ready already. Because we know that industry is the leader of progress, so we had it already to use in our educational platform, Education 4.0 for Industry 4.0. That's what we did, and we based it on 4 pillars. One is the specialist integrated means of practical vocational training for the industry. And it appeared from our experience and international experience that the means that are used for production and for training in the industry, they are not good for schools. We had to build new CNC machines to maximize the effects from training, not the effects of production. New methods and organization of practical training, new methodology. We have developed in the industry special methods of training that are based on the spiral of knowledge, on training in procedures, and we created our own educational hybrid that is unique, not only on the national market. I will say a few words about it later on. Next element is absorbing the state-of-the-art digital technologies, augmented reality, cloud solutions, and so on. So they were all used in the educational process. And finally, and it's very important, we have launched onto the market complete training solutions in the form of systemic training laboratories for vocational training. We offered ready-made product solutions. So this was not done by schools, because when schools tried to do it, very often it did not match the needs of the industry, but we provided ready-made solutions. So a lot of elements had to come together. And it took many years for them to fit well together. The most important deficits on the job market, shortages, so we had to identify those shortages, and we did it in cooperation with clusters, and from our own experience we found out that the most important shortages refer to CNC technologists and operators, robotics and automatic specialists, and welders. And that's what we focused on. And the models of training that we propose are connected with those three fields. Integration of educational workstations. What does it look like? Here you can see a workstation that is used for training in the robotization and automation of production. So you have two robots here. You have CNC machine, a short production line with a TLC, and we're able to use it to train students for 6 specialization. Such as the rules of creating FMS systems, what is the role of robots, how they are made, what is the approach. Another element that it can be used for is the cooperation of robots with automatic machines, such as CNC machines. Another module is the cooperation between robots. Another module is the cooperation of robots with automatic assembly line, with PLC controllers. And finally, the cooperation between humans and robots. So in one setting, one workstation, we can train people for different modules that I already described. These are industrial robots. The software is industrial. The CNC machine has also industrial systems. Now, these are complete CNC laboratories. We provide 2 laboratories, not 1, because if the system is supposed to work for schools and the local industry, then we need 2 such systems. So one of them is with CNC milling machine, and the other one for CNC lathe. So at the same time, we can have courses for internal and external needs. We have also provided some very unique solutions for individual trainings that were not present before. So instead of this pyramid of knowledge, we have a certain plane of knowledge where there is introduction, presentation, and then repetition by participants. We introduce topic after topic, and on this plane of knowledge, we have this spiral movement where more and more knowledge is provided. The next element that is important to be mentioned is using the reserves. Where did we do it? Reserves in the educational system are in one place, and that is where the student is at home. We cannot have more hours at school, at universities. We cannot make them more intensive, but we can make students learn at home more effectively. They will not do it on their own. So what we did is that we provided the students with homework packages. It is a suitcase, as you can see, and they get a laptop with 3D simulation software. They have exercises, they have calipers, so they have everything they need to do at home. So we maximize the use of machines in the school laboratories. And according to our knowledge, and we have managed to intensify the learning process twice or even 3 times. So the efficiency has increased a lot. Next, the training of welders in augmented reality. You can see the equipment here. Now, to sum up, it's easier, it's faster, it's more effective, more modern, more popular, and cheaper. So that was what we wanted, and that's what we achieved. Our laboratory has 4 doors because it's for the school. That's the left door. Right door is the industry. Bottom door is for all people who are interested in training, in education. And the 4th door is the door we use to update the program. So we get all the new solutions, technological solutions that appear on the market. So we create a micro environment of training, vocational training. So there are places where students live and spend time. In the same environment, we have the teacher, and also we have the factories, the companies. If this micro environment is digitized, it's very easy to create, to copy and recreate in other places. On the left, you have our voivodeship. If we create such standardized laboratories in several schools and we connect them using cloud solutions, then we achieve a larger scale. The word that I want to use at the end of my presentation is ecosystem. I will be frank, our activities led to the situation where we created an ecosystem of hybrid education. Why ecosystem? Because family, that's the student who's in this family. Industry, that's the employee, also part of the family, and the school with teacher who cooperate together. If we join those 3 areas, it appears that they cooperate, coexist all the time. If this solution covers those 3 fields, 3 areas, then we have reached our goal. And that's the solution we have been working on. I tried to show you very briefly. Those of you who are interested, you are welcome to learn about the details. So tomorrow we'll be able to show you what this laboratory look like, how to work there, what tools we're using, what effects we can achieve. Thank you very much.
I przed nami ostatni.
Now, thank you very much for your presentation. Now we have the opportunity to listen to our final presentation for today, given by Mateusz Schulz, who'll talk about financial instruments presented by BGK, the National Economy Bank of Poland, and how it supports innovative and ecological solutions in companies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and I would like to thank on behalf of my bank, which has different solutions aimed at people who are just starting their business, as well as for people who have been operating already in a form that wasn't made for profit, such as foundations and other different forms of activity. Now, my presentation will first focus on the historical aspects, because what was available in the past also shapes what will be available for businesses in the future. So now, if you want to take a loan for innovative technological innovation, that's the first financial instrument I want to analyze today. This has been already available since 2007, and it basically provides a grant from BGK for projects aimed at developing innovative technologies developed by a business entrepreneur, either independently or in cooperation with a scientific organization, scientific center, or the purchase of this technology and implementation of such technology to provide improved businesses or products or services. And my bank is always analyzing the technology that is implemented, so it focuses on innovations that are unique in the country or in Europe. They always get better scores when we analyze them. And I think this approach, this instrument is very successful because in terms of these grants, the BGK is also working closely in crediting banks because these banks provide loans and which can provide financial resources for financing different technology, different machinery, and BGK, my bank, it's then helping this entrepreneur to finance that loan or to pay off that loan. So this is a very attractive instrument, and that's why so many entrepreneurs decided to use this facility. Now, in terms of crediting bank, we have more than 20 institutions working with that. That's nationwide banks, small community banks, cooperative banks. So yeah, the cooperation here was very broad. Now, to give you 3 examples of companies that recently implemented solutions using support from BGK grants. First, we have a printing company that developed a method to label its documents, to mark its documents, so that it's possible to verify whether a person bought an original item or a fake item, counterfeit item produced by somebody else. So this is something, this is a technology that prints a very small line of numbers. Another company from one region in Poland that developed multi-level parking. So this parking spot only takes up 2 regular parking spaces, but depending on how it's developed, it can actually hold 16 different cars. So anyone who's able to visit this company, they can actually see how it looks in reality because they provided such parking spots for their employees. Another project that was developed with the support of BGK grants, that's a huge company that's working in the HVAC industry, and this is a very big project. So you can see that the section of different businesses that are supported by BGK with grants are quite broad, and there have been hundreds of companies, 800 companies in fact, that used BGK grants since 2007. It's billions of zlotys in fact. And based on what we've been doing before, we're trying to launch a new product. So this new development is quite similar to the technological loan that was produced earlier, and we're launching this product in Q4 2022, and the amount of funding that's available to entrepreneurs is at least 150 million euros. So the subsidies that are available for projects that provide innovative technologies and using that technologies to either launch a new product or a new services is also here our focus, basically. So why is that important? We have to score different products because this is a competition, and the more points you get, the better location in the scoring table and the bigger chance for you to receive subsidies. And we're inviting small and medium enterprises to take use of this project, but we have to remember that BGK analyzes any company that works in cooperation with the small company that applies for the grant. So it's either cooperation or sister companies, for instance, or connected companies. But we're focusing mainly on 2 categories of products here. For instance, we are able to cover the construction costs that are, for instance, related to purchasing land, purchasing premises for future production plans. We also take into account construction works that are necessary to adapt or expand buildings or to build buildings, in fact. Another category is purchasing machines or equipment that's necessary to implement certain technology that the business is applying for. Other categories of expenses also appear in different projects depending on what the this specific business actually needs. And we're still cooperating closely with crediting banks. We're on the brink of signing new contracts for crediting, and we hope that the banks that were cooperating with us previously will continue that fruitful cooperation to make this instrument available to businesses and entrepreneurs. And Podlaskie, in fact, has this beneficial position because in recent years the grants available for this region were highest in the country, and this situation will be maintained in the future. And the basis of subsidy you get is the amount of qualified expenses that were eligible expenses actually that were reported to the bank. The second new product we're launching this year, we're launching soon, is something that we've been looking into closely when we rejected certain projects in our previous endeavors, because we saw what entrepreneurs were expecting and what kind of funding they were hoping for. And this is the ecological loan. This supports businesses, provides support for businesses in order to improve their energy efficiency by, for instance, modifying their infrastructure. So this is not about new technologies or obligatory new products or services, but we're talking about products that only improve the energy efficiency of a business. And this product launches in Q1 2023 with at least 460 million euros available for grants. And from technical point of view, this is an identical product to identical operation to the technological loan. So we have a crediting bank, and the BGK then pays off part of the loan. And what's quite noteworthy here, we're trying to have this product be available not only to small and medium companies, so we also want to have medium companies that are employing under 500 employees, and those larger companies that are employing up to 3,000 people. So what kind of projects are we supporting here? These are projects that improve current infrastructure just to improve energy processes. So this could be replacement of different equipment to improve the certain aspects of buildings, improve production lines, and so on and so forth. And this could also be investment in renewable energy sources or modifying current renewable energy sources. The condition of applying for this project is that you have the final improvement of at least 30%. So here we have to have a 30%, for instance, reduction in energy consumption or consumption of other resources that are applied for. Now, the basis of verifying all these parameters at the starting point of the project and at the end of the project is based on audits. The crediting bank will again finance these projects, which are based on improving energy efficiency, and BGK will then pay off part of that loan for that investment. And there we have again eligible costs, and the amount of financing depends on where the project is implemented, the size of a business, and once again Podlaskie will get the biggest available subsidy. What kind of costs are eligible here? Well, the scope is a bit narrower than in the technology loans, but it also relates to different specificity of this project. So here we talk about investment in machinery or modification of current machinery, or investment in improving the energy efficiency of current buildings and premises. For instance, by replacing insulation, replacing heat sources, and so on and so forth. So here, the scope of the projects is quite broad, and of course, this also includes renewable energy sources, such as purchase of PV panels, and so on and so forth. Examples of different investments that have been proposed by my colleagues in our organization. Of course, it's not a closed list, but when you take a closer look at it, you can actually have an idea of what you can get subsidies for. But please be certain that we'll analyze each project that you apply for, and if it is in line with the project, either ecological loan or technological loan, it's going to be carried out. Now, irrespectively of whether you're thinking about taking a technological loan or ecological loan, both these products need to be analyzed separately. And first steps you need to take, well, you have to contact your crediting institution, either if it's your bank that you have your accounts at, or just analyze some other available offers in the markets. If you have a positive credit rating, if you can apply for the loan, then they can issue a preliminary documents that then can be used to apply for financing. You can use the application form generator at our website to upload documents, upload your projects, and then we can use these documents, the platform, to analyze your projects, or use external experts to verify these projects. Based on the projects that are delivered here, that are applied for, we're creating a list, a score list, which is available to anyone. It's going to be published at our websites, and then you can see what company received loans or subsidies for the projects they applied for. And at this point, only the businesses are actually entering into any obligations, because then we are signing contracts for the subsidies by BGK. So it's not really necessary to start carrying out your investment if you don't know if you successfully applied for the project for the subsidies. And later on, we are carrying out the actual works and doing financial settlements. If you carry out the investment and then provide the invoices to us, you are getting the money directly to your credit account number, and it's basically paying off part of your loan, and it's reducing your debt. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to the two products that I wanted to present to you at the end of this day. It's worth remembering that the technological loan is more used for more advanced loans, and the ecological loans are related to projects dealing with energy efficiency. Thank you very much. I was very glad to hear from you that it's not only for SMEs, but also for medium and large companies, of course, large in Polish terms. And that's one of the most valuable pieces of information that you get. Thank you very much for your bank guaranteeing that the money is there. And when we apply to you for financing, you'll definitely have a very positive reply. Now, in terms of businesses, will definitely apply for the funding. Ladies and gentlemen, and we started at 4:07, and we were only 2 minutes behind our schedule, and we see that this pinnacle of work that we've done. I just wanted to thank everybody here who was present in person in the room 2006 in the biology department. Thank you to all the speakers who connected with us online and were on the spot. I wanted to thank everybody who connected via Zoom, via YouTube. Thank you very much for being here. A bit of housekeeping. Once you leave the building, you can find a QR code and you can subscribe actually, or apply for a study visit tomorrow. If you don't, you can do this during dinner tonight, and then you can tell me where you want to go today. And it's a very important piece of information. Tomorrow we're starting at 8:30. There will be 4 different buses, one with Samash, Promotech, Talk Automation, and you can do study visits there, approximately 90 minutes. And after that time, we're returning to the campus here to start our last part of the conference. And I just wanted to say that you have to, it could be good practice to check out from your hotel before we start the conference, and you can leave your car at the parking site and then we'll drop you off at the hotel. Now, to everybody who's present here in person, please remember that we're having a very official and nice dinner at 7. And thanks very much to everybody who's here with us online. Now, and please bear in mind that somebody from our organization team will be present during these study visits. If you want to go in a group for the dinner tonight, we can go for, we're departing from the hotel at 6:45. And you can see all the available attractions here. There's still more guides available. Now, thank you very much, and see you tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. for the study visits. And if you're don't want to go to the study visits, you can come here from 9 o'clock. You can see the demo sites and see all this magnificent equipment. And you can find the detailed program for the conference at your ID tags, ID badges. Thank you very much. If you have any questions to our speakers, well, you can do that tomorrow during the study visits. And of course, you can also apply for the loans from the BGK. Thank you very much, and see you at dinner or tomorrow. Thanks very much.